just because that's how I have it set up as default, and I don't feel like changing it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll be ready in a sec.
Okay.
Um,
I'm
yeah.
uh I'm so it's tough for me to leave alone the other topics that we talked about. I have this natural inclination to latch on to anything that is controversial. Like I can feel that there's some unfinished business between us. It's like it was
I mean, we can
contentious.
talk about it, man. I'm just gonna be super hostile. Seriously,
I'm
man,
not
it's
I'm
not
not
funny.
talking
Like,
about it. I'm talking
you want to watch
about
two
talking about
non-Jewish
it.
people talk about Jews culture? Like, it's not cool.
I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about talking about it.
No, I know, and I'm already getting hostile.
All right. Well,
We can talk about
at
it, man, but
at
my
some point,
hostile response is
no,
the
no.
response that this subject deserves.
In the future, we will talk about it. I'm sure
That's
after a
cool.
rapport is established.
All right.
That's my prediction. You'll be like, "Hey Josh, remember that one time when you were like dog whistling to racists all across America and I was calling you out on it?" And I'm like, "Well, that's
Do you
not how I
think you were
remember
doing
it,
that?
Derek."
Do you
Oh, I
think you were
was.
dog whist, or do you think I think you were dog
Yes,
whistling, or
I do.
okay?
And that's why I think you have such a visceral response to it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point. Um, yeah, there was a point where you said something like, "I hope you don't call me a white supremacist," and that really stuck with me because I wasn't sure why you said that. I wasn't sure
Cuz
if you
you
thought
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
no, I wasn't sure if you thought I call people white supremacists a lot, or other people call people, or like, yeah,
You
what
would
was the thinking
you
there?
would use the word racist like 3 or 4 times and you'd all but called me one. So
Oh
I
yeah,
yeah. That's
yeah, I'm
why.
not calling you racist, but I wasn't sure if you were saying that because you knew that like some of the things you were saying would be agreed with by white supremacist people.
Um I think maybe, but that doesn't invalidate nor validate the ideas. Plenty of people agree with me for the wrong reasons. It's like, all right, we're going to talk about the Second Amendment at some point, I think. I'm sure
Yeah,
there are plenty of people that agree with me on my view with the Second Amendment for completely different reasons. Just because it's
sure,
the
yeah,
same result doesn't mean that we think even somewhat similarly.
sure. Um, yeah, it is interesting though, in my opinion. Like it's worth saying, like, oh, if a bunch of racists were watching us, 100% of them would have agreed with you.
Could be. It's
I,
quite the
I mean,
generalization, though.
yeah, you could disagree. I can't help feeling that the ideas you were posing are amenable to people who believe in natural hierarchies of race.
I at no point did I say hierarchy, but
I know. I'm saying I think
yeah.
the views you were sharing were amenable to those people, though.
By the way, I can confirm it was in fact who I thought it was watching us, so your identity
Nice.
is safe. I believe she just finished watching our first episode as well. So,
Nice. Oh, that's good. Okay, so I just went live too. Um,
oh, it's for real now.
yeah,
We should
I'm
keep
trying
like
to.
a viewer tally in the bottom right hand corner that combines both of our viewers. It might even reach the
Yeah,
double
yeah,
digits at some point.
yeah. That would be amazing. I, yeah, still getting that thing set up. It's annoying. I'm having a problem getting my browser to pull up as like a window capture. Um,
Do you want help?
yeah. Ooh, sorry, having technical issues. Um, yeah, I'm not doing anything different, so I don't really know what would be different here. Oh, it's minimized. That's probably what it is. Is it not able to be minimized? This is annoying. Whatever. Sorry, I'm having technical issues. Jesus Christ.
Derek.
Yeah, I just yeah, seriously. Yeah, man, I kind of can I just not stream this one and you can stream
Yeah,
it or
that's fine.
okay. because I'm having tech issues and I'd just rather
Let's do
not
it.
worry about
I can feel
it.
that
Okay.
you're getting antsy. You want to just get at it.
Yeah.
You have accusations to make and points to contend. I
What
don't
did I
see this as
accuse
a
you of?
debate, by the way. Just
What
to
do you
be
see it as?
just talking. Like I really
Oh,
just
okay.
see it
Yeah.
as us sharing our views with one another.
Totally.
Definitely there's like an undertone of trying to persuade one another, maybe. Like I care about your
Yeah.
opinion and I'd be really happy if I could convince you that the way that I see things is correct and you should see them that way too, but I'm not approaching it like a debate. Otherwise, I'd have a
Yeah.
note card, your expected points that I think you're going to make, my rebuttals to those points, but I'm not thinking about it like that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I see it as a debate, but also just like a nice conversation. I mean, I guess it's like your podcast as well. So it's like all that in one.
Yeah, thanks for summarizing it. I'll make sure to seal that from you.
Sure.
Write it on my
Sure.
podcast as the explanation.
Yeah.
That plant that you said was dying last time looks to be doing okay.
Thanks. I actually watered it for the first time in a while.
Turns
So
out that's what plants like. You've seen
apparently.
Idiocracy, I assume?
Oh yeah, a while ago when they give them Gatorade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's what plants crave.
Okay, wait, what's your stream so I can pull it up to see if people are chatting with us or something?
Sounds good. Twitch.tv slash
Yeah.
not so hung daddy.
Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. I play games and say words. That's true.
I mean, back to what we talked about last time. I sometimes like talking about things in the most reductionist way possible.
Yeah, totally.
So let's start off with the Second Amendment. Let's do it.
Sure.
And mental
I-
health and maybe policing, and we'll see where it takes us.
Sure. I'm like not by any means like knowledgeable about Second Amendment issues. But yeah. Is it something you're pretty knowledgeable about or
I think so, yeah.
yeah.
It's in my top
Cool.
five, I would say, of most knowledgeable.
Nice.
Do you have
Yeah,
an
I guess
opinion? So, like, I would say you know more about the transgender issues around
yeah,
our country, but I'm still strongly opinionated, and thus we had something to talk about. There was friction to be
definitely.
had.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know like my opinion about the Second Amendment in general. I mean, I don't think it should be used as a reason not to, make change, to gun laws. Like, I don't think banning high capacity magazines or something is like a threat to the Second Amendment or something.
Okay.
But I couldn't even tell you the text of the Second Amendment.
So,
But yeah, that's sort of my opinion. What?
no, I was going to say some of the text of the Second Amendment.
Oh, yeah.
One of first, the first pushback you would get from saying that to someone who feels the opposite way to you are the words in the Second Amendment that specifically say shall not be infringed, which is discussing it's in reference to the rest of the clause.
Hmm.
So Second Amendment, pro Second Amendment people will typically say that as it's written, it very clearly enumerates what the Second Amendment is for, and that these rights shall not be infringed. So it's become something of a bumper sticker slogan in that community
Mm-hmm.
that like shall not be infringed.
Okay.
It's a meme in and
Yeah.
of itself, as well as part of the text of the Constitution.
So they
But
would say that banning high capacity magazines is infringing on the second.
I think almost, yeah, I think almost every person who would consider themselves pro Second Amendment would be against what you just said. Yeah, I think so.
So if 20 years from today people invent guns that are shoot lasers that kill you immediately and we try to like limit people's access to them, is that limiting the Second Amendment?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh. So it's not about guns, it's just about like any weapon that resembles a gun sort of or
It's interesting, right? I mean, it says the right to bear arms, and then it's up to us to do what we will with the word arms. Says,
Yeah.
unfortunately, you can't talk about this subject without also invoking the philosophy of constitutionalism or interpreting the Constitution. Is it as it's written literally, or do we take it and apply it to how the founders would have meant it if they were alive today?
I don't understand how the first group even exists, like originalists. I don't understand how anyone reads a document without interpreting it.
I would argue that it's not necessarily myopic people who just can't seem to bring themselves into the present day. I mean, certainly they're not walking around with those white wigs and, smoking out of pipes, old fashioned style, with wooden teeth.
Mm.
Those people, and I'm not aligning myself with those people or what you just aligned yourself with, those people would say, if you have a problem with the way it's written, we have a process for that. It's called writing an amendment. So legislate a new specific statement that changes what the document says that applies to today. And that's really what the argument would be. It's certainly not that, of course, they were applying that to an M1 Abrams tank or a nuclear bomb.
Right.
No, they would want you to change through legislation.
But that's not even my point. Like, my point is, how does anyone read the Second Amendment without interpreting it? Like, how do you read the text? Like what does arms mean? Like, you use exactly what arms meant at the time that it was written? Then how do you do that? I mean,
What do you mean?
how does that apply?
What's your contention? Like, I guess I don't understand what the problem is. You don't see
Well,
how
I
someone
don't really.
could.
No, I'm not sure what you're asking me about my opinion about the Second Amendment. So the first thing I thought to say was like, well, I obviously don't think the government should be the only one with guns. So I'm a fan of it. And at the same time, I wouldn't like, I feel that most of the times people reference the Second Amendment, it's to sort of react against other people's attempts to limit gun ownership or like to write laws around guns. So I'm trying to understand. Obviously, I'm not a legal professional. I really don't know anything about the Second Amendment. So like, I guess I'm wondering like, how does anyone determine like what what it's meant to be as written when what a gun is very different today from what it was then.
Yeah, an arm wouldn't be though. I mean, an arm is an arm. The technology has evolved, but
They didn't
the
have high magazines.
no,
Like
but
they
the
did high
concept
capacity.
of an arm is the same. And if you would say, if you're trying to scale firearms for personal use up to what the government has, one might say that you want something comparable in kind to what the government has.
That's an argument I think that really never works because you'll never have enough, right? Like you'll never have what the government has. People aren't going to have
Hmm.
drones. People aren't going to have
People
like
do have drones.
no, not on the same level. I'm talking like hundreds of $1 million drones and stuff that like, whatever they're called, like these, I don't know, they have fancy names, but I'm saying no one will ever have anything to really resist against like the federal government.
The good old can't take down the tyrannical government argument. I was just talking to my friend Tony about this on in the car the other day. Um, so you're, I guess, getting into the topic of if the government went tyrannical, we wouldn't stand a chance. Is that right?
I mean, not really. That's not really what I'm saying, but yeah. I mean, I'm saying like no one it's not a reason to like allow unrestricted weapons ownership by saying like the people's right to own weapons is their right to match the government's capacity. I'm not saying we could never resist a tyrannical government. I'm saying I would not want to look to the government's to what we've allowed our government to have in terms of weapons and say, well, because we've allowed them to have it, now we have to allow everybody to have that level, that exact level of weapons.
Okay. This would be a good time to invoke what the actual text says, I think. A well regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Says nothing about personal defense about home invaders. Says nothing about people being able to have guns to shoot them at the range because they like them. It's specifically contextualized around the necessity to the security of a free state. It's in that context. Is that fair? Do you agree
Okay.
with that?
Sure.
So if you're looking at it in that context of keeping a free state, how how could we look at it in a vacuum separate from what abilities the federal government currently has? It's benchmarked against the state in its context.
Okay.
So why wouldn't we contextualize it in terms of what the federal government does and doesn't have access to?
Um, because the federal government has weapons that I don't think most people would want their neighbor to have.
That's not how rights work. I mean, plenty of people have speech that their neighbors wouldn't want them to have. I'm sure I've said things that you wouldn't want your neighbors to say. That doesn't make it not a right anymore.
I'm getting a little confused about what we're talking about. I mean, so do you think that people should be allowed to have literally any weapon that exists and like own and operate any single weapon that
It's
exists?
kind of an interesting argument. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
But just because I'm making the argument that we may want to benchmark the Second Amendment freedoms on whatever the government has access to, which I don't think is a fantastic argument, that doesn't mean I'm advocating for the Second Amendment to be an absolute right. Generally, we don't have absolute rights. Most things you give a little to get a little.
Hmm.
Ideally, the American way is you give as little as possible. You give as little liberty away as possible. Only what's necessary to have a functioning society.
Do you think we have that, like in terms of guns, or like are we at the point where we've figured the gun thing out, or
Think we've already given away too much. Yeah, I do.
what makes you say that?
Um, have you ever tried to buy a gun?
No.
So I think if you've ever tried, the process would be fairly illuminating of how many restrictions there are in order to do so.
Okay. Um, so your problem is that people are inconvenienced, or
It goes through the federal government. They're sort of like the gatekeeper for your guns. And that to me seems problematic. For if they
uh,
wanted to infringe on the civil liberties of their citizens, it would be easier to do so.
okay. Um, so I guess what signs are you seeing in society that like make it seem like we've gone too far with gun laws? Like,
Would you consider Beto O'Rourke to be a serious candidate for 2016 for the presidential election?
yeah. Oh, for Texas at least, but yeah.
Okay, he
Yeah.
was openly advocating for taking guns away from people,
Yeah, yeah.
as was
So you're
Hillary
saying we've gone
Clinton.
too far because people are like that discourse is like normalized and so on. But
Yeah,
like, what are you actually like? What actually are there actually problems that are being caused right now by the government overreach with guns that you're talking about, or
yeah. I
like,
mean, the fact that you can't a a civilian has an extremely hard time getting a gun in a city currently. In our major cities, it's very legally prohibitive, not just an inconvenience, to get a gun. And typically only retired cops or some security guards are able to get them in cities like Chicago or New York City or LA. It's very difficult.
so it's not just inconvenience. It's like people aren't getting guns who you think like should have them, basically.
Yeah, and I think it's harming law-abiding citizens that don't have. This is, I can't talk about this without talking about the police, but I think the direct harm would be places where there aren't enough police, or the police aren't doing a good enough job for whatever reason. So crime is persisting, and people don't feel like they have recourse from the state. They're left defenseless, up to the whims of whatever thugs are running the street on that day. And I think
Okay,
that
thug is
Chicago would
just
be a
yeah.
fairly good example of this.
Okay, thug is a super charged word, but I assume you already know that.
What do you mean?
Like, it's a racially charged word to use against black people.
That's not how I meant it.
I'm not saying it is. I'm wondering if you understand that it's a racially charged word that has a long history. But the point is, like, you're saying that more guns in the hands of more private individuals would help with crime.
It's a broad generalization, but I think I'd be willing to defend that. Yeah.
That's not what you were saying.
I think in certain subsets of the country that are especially crime ridden, you would notice maybe not a decrease in violent crime, but perhaps in theft and other forms of petty crime, where people feel like they're at the whim of whoever is owning, for example, an illegal gun.
Do you know what is the cause of the vast majority of theft in the United States? Do you know what the biggest, most common form of theft is?
Not having RFID tags on things? No, I don't. I really don't know. I'm not sure how you make
It's
some.
actually, oh yeah, people like, measure it's wage theft. It's actually wages stolen from employees
Yeah,
by,
I bet people don't even consider that theft, but
but
wages
yeah, the
stolen
science,
from employees.
yeah,
Go on, say more about
yeah.
that.
Like, I'm not an expert in it, but basically like not paying people their full wage and like just getting away with it because they don't, know all the ins and outs of the paycheck or not paying overtime or basically just, yeah, like I'm sure there are a bunch of different forms of it, but yeah, wage theft. I wish I knew the percentage offhand, but it's like the vast majority of theft. So much more than burglary. So much more than like people getting robbed on the street. So it's just something to think about if you are concerned about crime, that the biggest cause of theft is actually employers robbing their employees. Just something to mention since you mentioned theft, because I guess you recognize that more guns in private individuals' hands may not lower violent crime. You're saying it might lower these other crime. It may not lower violent crime. Is that because it sounded like you were saying that? Or
I don't. Yeah. So I think it would lower some violent crime.
oh, okay.
But I don't think that would probably be the vast majority of the positive impact. But I still do think that there would be a reduction on violent crime.
So I
I'm
guess
hesitant
yeah. Sorry.
to tap into your point about wage theft because I can see myself kind of getting baited into. I have a lot I could say about that.
What?
Um,
I mean, I don't mean to bait you. I think it's a really interesting point. I didn't know it until really recently. So I always want to talk about it when people talk about theft and stuff.
do you happen to know or have you read any of the statistics about wage theft, but in the other direction?
Like time theft from your employer.
I mean, yeah, okay, I guess it's the same thing, but yeah,
No, no, no. Like, no, that's what people call it, time theft or something.
yeah, but truly it's the same thing. Two people have consensually agreed to do something, and one of them is not honoring their part of the bargain
Yeah, yeah.
and
So you
expecting
think
to
that's
still
like
profit from it.
not profit. That's not the right word for it, but I know what you mean. Make money, but yeah, it's not profit technically, but yeah, it's your wage that you traded your labor for, but
Then the
not
same thing
profit.
could be said about wage theft, but it's no different.
No, it's profit in the sense that like your employer is making the money from the work you do and then making more money. Like like they're making it's additional money in addition to the work you're doing. So if I work for a call center and I go in and I do a bunch of calls, I take a bunch of calls, I'm doing their work, they're getting paid, I'm fulfilling the work that they're getting grant money for, they're getting paid for the work I'm doing. And then also say they like stiff me on my paycheck
Mm-hmm.
or they give me like I don't know, they ask me to work overtime but don't pay overtime or something or like rates or something like that. Yeah, that's what I would be like talking about is like yeah, a way to basically being robbed by your employer.
I don't think it's a super meaningful distinction. They're both forms of theft.
Oh, I don't think the time theft as an employee against your employer is remotely as bad because the power differential is reversed. You're not the one with power. I also don't know if it's done in the same magnitude, but I see that as people reclaiming any amount of personal time in their job. I'm not worried about that.
What about what if like you started a business and you had one employee? Does that change that for you at all?
If I ran a business, I would be annoyed if my workers weren't doing their job and I would want them to do their job more consistently. But I view there to be like a vast problem where people are underpaid for their work. So if you're asking me to be like emotionally activated by someone stealing from their employer, there's nothing compared to what I feel when I think about employers taking advantage of their employees.
This is a
But
bizarre take on that for me. I get where it's coming from. I see that you're probably incensed by what you see as exploitation from
yeah,
multinational businesses that are every day legally robbing the proletariat of their
sure.
hard-earned wage and keeping more for themselves.
Yeah,
Is that about right of why you're upset
yeah,
by it? But
yeah,
I see that same issue, and I see that um, I don't see it the same way. I mean, I see a problem, but I just don't see it the same way. I wonder what part of this is uh, without getting too off topic, like socialization. It's the information we've been exposed to, whatever news sources I follow, you don't, and vice versa. I wonder if how much of that is just our priors talking, like what we came into the
sure.
conversation with. You know what I mean?
Well, you mentioned exploitation. Like to me, I wouldn't say like so-called or anything. Like look, yeah, I don't want, I know we are getting off topic, but like we're obviously different in how we view things. I view there to be a massive exploitation problem in the world. I view there to be basically, if you look at the employer-employee contract, I see employees as getting ripped off, and I don't see it as a totally free contract because people starve to death and have no home if they don't have a job. So I don't view it as totally consensual. You don't have to argue all, like we can argue all these points, but I know you and I don't probably agree about all this. So when
Oh
I have
yeah.
this framework and I think about time theft from employers versus wage theft from employees, obviously I'm going to lean one way and say like I'm more worried about the one that fits with the hegemony, for lack of a better word, that I perceive. Like I see these power structures. So if I see someone getting ripped off who's, as far as I see it, used to getting ripped off, that's more of a problem than than the people in power, like who have been ripping people off, getting a little ripped off themselves. Yeah. So,
Hmm. Perhaps I
but
can get
anyways,
you to agree with me before we move on. I want to find a small sliver of common ground.
yeah.
I
So, but I just want to say, by the way, I'm in like kind of a weird. I'm not like super pissed. I feel like I'm coming off super pissed off. I'm not. I'm just like, yeah. I just like got out of the shower and was like kind of like yeah, in like a burnt out type of mood from the
take
week.
cold
But
showers,
yeah, I just
man.
wanted.
It'll change your mood.
Yeah, yeah. No, I just wanted to say that because I'm not. I'm not
I
like
wanted to say
pissed
that
off. I
too.
feel like okay.
You should take cold
Oh,
showers. It'll change your life, I swear.
oh yeah. Thank you.
It like messes with you. It's really uncomfortable, but you leave the shower feeling like a new human being.
Yeah, I've taken cold showers before. I know what they do.
I
I'm
need
just
you to be
saying.
a zealot of the cold.
Yeah. But
So
yeah.
I want to find common ground before we move on or move
Yeah.
back. Walmart is a good example of a multinational corporation that isn't the highest paying one. Is that
Yeah.
fair?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Are you cool with Walmart's practices?
No.
Me neither, but
Yeah.
probably not for the same reason.
Oh yeah?
I think they are shafting their employees. I'm aware of a large number of them that they give reduced hours to in order to treat them as part time and not give them health insurance. I'm aware
Yeah.
of these things. That
Yeah.
feels icky to me at the very least. The
Yeah.
reason they're able to continue doing this is because of massive federal subsidies for the people that work for them. The only way they're able to continue doing this is because the federal government is subsidizing their workers. So these people who don't have a living wage, as you would probably call it, to work off of, are turning to various social programs like food stamps or welfare because they aren't making enough money from Walmart.
Okay. So they're turning to those programs, but I thought you were saying it goes the other way. Like the fact that they're on government assistance like makes Walmart unable to pay them more, or like, or how does the fact that they're on public assistance influence how Walmart treats them?
It's a bit of a chicken or the egg problem, but certain people that work for Walmart that otherwise wouldn't be able to subsist on the wage from Walmart would quit or find something else. They wouldn't be able to work for Walmart very long. If what you're saying is true and they starved, they wouldn't be around very long, and Walmart wouldn't have people to work for them, and people wouldn't be able to buy from Walmart. That system would collapse. It would need to find some sort of equilibrium at which a living wage were arrived at. But it doesn't have to. The system is currently stable, it's in its equilibrium because of the federal subsidies. I'm not saying those people are getting rich working for them, but they're not dying.
People can't put their kids through college. People can't pay for medical procedures. People can't do the things they should be able to do working full time.
Those three things, I guess, are very conflated. People may not necessarily need to put their kids through college. I would argue college is exorbitantly expensive, again because of federal subsidies and federally subsidized loans.
Yeah, I know you said that, man. I do not buy that. Like, I don't think. And regarding this point, like, so you're saying that like it's the government's fault that Walmart like manipulates people's hours to keep them part time and not give them health insurance.
No, those I think are two separate points.
Just trying to understand your point
Yeah,
about how
I
it's the
think those I
government.
see those as two separate points. One problem is that Walmart fucks with people's hours and stops them from hitting 40 hours. They will specifically
Right.
tell their managers, please schedule these people so they're hitting 36 hours in a week or
Yeah, yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah,
Right? Which is
yeah.
playing like right around the rules and, like I said, feels icky at the very least. And also, this cycle is allowed to perpetuate because of federal subsidies, subsisting these people's lifestyles, essentially subsidizing areas that Walmart would otherwise have to pick up the slack in or they couldn't operate in.
This is an extremely confused way that you see things. I really don't know how to, I don't understand why you're making the jump from Walmart to the government. Like you're saying that Walmart's, like if the government stopped giving people all these benefits, Walmart would have to pick up the slack, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes, I do. That
Okay.
is what I'm saying. Yeah.
So like I just don't understand what the point of that is. Like, yeah, of course. And if Walmart didn't give them as much as they did, the government would have to pick up the slack. But I don't know what your point is. It feels like you're saying it's the government's fault, but I don't.
I am saying to some extent it is the government's fault. Yeah.
So what should the government do?
Pull it out. Pull out the stop.
So then what happens?
An equilibrium will be reached.
It sounds like a priest or something. Like,
What?
I mean, it's like a faith with the free market. Like, what are you saying an equilibrium will be reached?
Okay, it's a faith except for the fact that it's observable and repeatable.
Okay,
It
when has this happened?
it happens constantly.
So the government, what are you proposing exactly? The government like doesn't give support to people who make low wages, and then the companies will give
Okay.
them higher wage?
May I read you a quote from an article
Yeah,
we're
sure.
talking around? Okay, this is from MSNBC from 2014. The title says Walmart benefits from billions in government subsidies study. So this alleges that there's $7.8 billion per year in federal subsidies that Walmart benefits from the federal government. It includes $6.2 billion in public assistance for low wage Walmart employees, including programs like food stamps, subsidized housing, and Medicaid. It also includes an estimated $70 million per year in, quote, economic development subsidies from state and legal governments. I think it means local governments. I think that's a typo. Eager to
Yeah.
host Walmart in their cities. So there's tax breaks that they're giving to them in order to locate their stores in their cities because they see it as a public official see it as, oh, we're giving people jobs. This is a good thing. As well as public assistance programs for employees that aren't able to make the cut on Walmart wages.
Okay. But this is money that the government is giving to Walmart. This is not money that's going to the employees. I mean, it's going to them secondarily, but you're not talking about government assistance for the employees as individuals. You're talking about a subsidy to a corporation that they get for their employees being poor,
No, no,
essentially.
no, no, no. I'm talking about subsidizing. They're giving the money to their employees. I mean, some of it is to Walmart, but the vast majority of it is to their employees because Walmart's not meeting that equilibrium because they can. The government has stepped in and disrupted that faith-based market mechanism that I was describing.
Yeah, I mean, because if they didn't, like, what do you think would happen? Like, I don't know anything about these subsidies that they're giving to Walmart. Like, I imagine a fair bit of it goes to the employees and a fair bit doesn't. But like this has nothing to do with Walmart messing with people's like hours and stuff. So like you went from something that you could have blamed the company for to blaming the government, and I just it was like a abrupt jump. So I'm trying to understand, like, you think if the government didn't give subsidies to Walmart for this stuff, Walmart would do what?
Pay more.
They would pay their
Or
people
shut
more.
down stores. Yeah, they'd have to. They wouldn't be able to find employees.
I mean, there are a lot of people who need jobs. I don't know, like, do you think there are more jobs than people, or like more people than jobs? Or, I
That's
mean,
kind of a weird way to look at it. That changes on a pretty frequent basis, but I mean, I think
it's
there
a,
are generally more jobs than people if you
okay.
believe full employment numbers.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a question I've never been able to get a good answer to, and I probably haven't looked in the right places. But I think it's very relevant because maybe the number is not the most important thing, but like if you say like, oh, if a company's not paying their people enough, people would just leave and get another job. Like that's not realistically true for most people. Like a lot of people don't have that option for a variety of reasons. One being their health insurance tied to their employer, but another being just like, a million other things, like, I don't know, just being used to the job, like that's inertia, there not being other jobs in the area and stuff. But like it's I mean, yeah, I definitely wouldn't think you can just act like it's some like chemical reaction and like everything's supernatural, and like if yeah, they pay people less, people leave and go find another well-paying job, like people go find another low-paying job, like. But yeah, as far as the government subsidies to corporations, like, yeah, I don't think they should be doing that. I think Walmart should just be paying people more. I don't think they need to like, and these, like, if it is the government doing this, it's because Walmart's telling them to. Like, I'm sure they have huge lobbying capacity. I'm sure they have pretty much the laws they would want. I mean, I know that's also like a faith-based thing, but feels like a safe bet.
I guess the point that we do agree on is that there's certainly room in the budget for Walmart to pay their employees more.
Yeah,
Can,
they're the richest family in America,
can we
right?
agree on that? Yeah.
Yeah, they're an extremely rich family.
So then
And
the
like, oh,
question,
I know college isn't important, but like better healthcare plans for their
I
employees,
don't think
like
it should be
better.
tied to your employer in any way, shape, or form. It seems so perverse to me.
So how do you get rid of that? From your perspective, I know how I would want to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think I could guess how you would want to as well. And I think it's
Yeah,
probably one of
single
the more
payer, universal.
I think it's one of the more compelling arguments for single payer is decoupling the screwed up relationship between your employer and health insurance.
Yeah, totally.
It's a tough question. I'm not sure. I totally know. I'm
Like you think it should be decoupled too, but I just don't understand what that looks like in your.
I'm not sure that we necessarily need a health insurance industry.
Oh,
It
right,
is
you were
it is
saying
a
that.
market inefficiency, as all insurance agencies are. If you
Okay.
ignore, I mean, if you ignore factors like principal agent problem and other economic, moral issues where people abuse insurance, you're paying someone else to be a middleman. You're paying someone else to pull together a lot of funds and then allocate them whenever some of the population needs them in a time of
Yeah.
crisis. it is an inefficiency.
Insurance companies or
Yeah,
insurance?
both. I mean, it's the same thing. They're
No, it's not.
sure it is.
It's not. Insurance companies add an enormous amount of red tape that is unnecessary. We don't need like 6 million different insurance companies that like have their completely different plans, and then providers have to waste an enormous amount of time dealing with insurance companies. It's one of the reasons for high cost of healthcare in the US. But like insurance is why poor people can get medical care. Insurance companies is not why poor people can get medical care.
Insurance is why poor people can get medical care.
Like,
See, that's just like single payer with more words and shittier. Because
well,
ultimately, that's the federal tax dollar paying for those people one way or another. It's just
yeah,
worse.
what's worse than what? I'm
It's
saying single
inefficient
payer.
because you're paying yeah, I'm agreeing with you that single payer is more economically efficient than our current system of paying insurance companies to be middlemen, because
Yeah.
the insurance industry as well as the concept of insurance is an inefficiency.
Okay, so you agree that single payer would be more efficient than what we have now, but less efficient than what?
True free market.
Okay. The problem is you're like ignoring these huge number of parts of the equation,
Okay,
which
hit
are
me.
how do poor people get medical care?
They pay for it.
Okay, so you I'm
They
not
they
trying to imply that.
exchange dollars for a service.
Okay, I mean you're being cute. Like I'm not going to try. I'm not implying you think this. Do you think people should die for lack of money? Like, do you think that should be a reason people die?
It already happens though.
I
That's
know.
kind of a tricky question.
I know it already happens.
I think the phraseology of that makes a lot of people cringe, but I guess I'll go out on a limb and say, yeah, a lack of resources should at times, uh, yeah, yeah, I do. Like, so for example, in our current system, if I can't afford a life saving surgery that requires 5 surgeons in 15 hours, should I die?
No.
So, at what cost as a society should we be willing to save someone's life? What if it takes 40 doctors? Is that still worth it?
100%.
How about 100 doctors?
Absolutely. Who cares?
Well, the market cares. At some point, you're going to price yourself out of being able to help everyone. You physically can't allocate as many resources as you would like to morally. We don't live in a society with infinite resources to allocate. We're not living in Elysium, if you're familiar with the movie, where you have
Yeah,
these
yeah.
chambers where you can just step into and you step out and you're good to go.
Things
You,
cost money.
things
I
cost
get it.
money, and they cost
But
money
we,
because people's time costs money.
I get it, man.
Right.
My
And
the difference of opinion we have is that I think money should be taken from rich people so that poor people don't die from lack of money. That's the difference. I get that all these things cost money, but I think that money exists.
you're aware that that's already being done, right?
What, taking money from rich people? Yeah, it's not being done enough. That's why there are so many poor people dying.
What do you think is the correct amount? How do you arrive at that morally? I get how you're feeling. I understand
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
How do you find that equilibrium when you're basing it on a feeling of trying to do good and save your fellow American? I get where you're coming from.
Yeah,
It
yeah, yeah.
isn't practical in my mind. I don't see how you can arrive at this is enough.
I don't see why it's such a hard thing to arrive at. I mean, like you just start by like raising the the current state from what it is. So is that like I don't know what the specific tax brackets are, but like say we took 5% more from the richest people, from the richest like 1% something. Say we took 10% more. People go do it. They do studies where they look at something like that and they say, well, if we gave that money to all the poor people, how many lives would that save? People totally do studies like this. And they say, how many lives would be saved if we took this much money and so on. So I mean, I obviously don't have the final answer, but I would say like you listen to public health officials who do these kinds of calculations. You listen to people who don't prioritize the economy above human life, and you because there's so much money. People have a ton of money. It's
Can I
just
can I ask you
yeah, it's
something?
just allocated wrong in
I
my
think I
opinion.
can find at least at least one, but probably a number of inconsistencies in what you're saying. Because I do understand what you're saying. It's an emotional appeal, and it's a pretty powerful one. Human life is meaningful to you, and you want to save as much of it as possible. I get it. I don't think you're ideologically consistent here, though. Can I try to
Okay.
point out where?
Yeah.
How fast do you drive on the highway?
I would I don't know what point you're trying to make, but I would always drive the speed limit, honestly.
You do.
Yeah.
Should we lower the speed limit to 30 miles an hour? I mean, gosh, it would save a lot of lives.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you do the calculations to a point that's reasonable, but I say reasonable among people with the shared value of human life being more important than property. So something like that, you look at a policy like that and you say it's unreasonable. People shouldn't take 5 hours to get from point A to point B when it currently takes two
It
and a half
hurts our
hours.
economy. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
ultimately the argument.
Yeah, it's bad. Well, no, I would say that's part of the argument, and I would say there are other parts of it too. Like it's extremely inconvenient for people and would be completely
How dare you
pointless.
say it you don't want to be inconvenienced over saving a human life? That's if I were trying to make an emotional argument, I would say something like that. If I were trying to trap you into saying, "Are you okay with people dying?" Are you telling me you're okay with people dying? Which is how you said that to me when I said, "Yeah, I guess I am okay with people dying if we don't have the resources to allocate."
Do you think taking money from rich people more so than we do is equivalent to like lowering the speed limit to like
That's
even though
not
what I'm talking about,
that's not the
I'm literally
equivalency I'm drawing, but I
so what? Yeah, like because it is though. I mean I feel like it is. It seems like that is what you're saying, and I'm just saying like I get that there's a point where this would be unreasonable. It's a different point with taking money from rich people because frankly, I don't think that would be unreasonable until a pretty distant point where they're like say Elon Musk is only 5 times richer than like your average successful businessman instead of whatever he is now. So like there's a point where it would become absurd. Okay, I don't want to literally take away everybody's money necessarily, but like I'm saying that the example you're equating it to has a much like more obvious absurdity to it. It seems
does
to
it?
me like it's
Do you have any idea like what the order of magnitude in terms of loss of human life is per year driving around on the roads? I don't think this is a niche point at all. Car accidents are the second, I believe, maybe third behind heart disease and cancer of the largest causes of death in the United States. So it's not really a moot point. If you could save half of them, I think you'd be saving like 150,000 lives a year.
yeah. I mean, I agree. Like I would love to. Like, do you think lowering the speed limit is the best way to save people's lives on the road, or
I think it's certainly one of them, yeah.
well, then I'm a
Or
huge fan
pass
of
a
it. Like
law to limit all cars' speed to 30 miles an hour. It would save a lot of lives. If
yeah,
you
to
slowed it
be
to
honest,
5
I
miles an hour, no people would die in car accidents.
right. I mean, there's there's like an acceptable degree of death. I
I
hate to say
agree
that.
with you. And I
Yeah.
think that it isn't like ideologically trapping you in a corner to for you to say that. I think it's a pretty reasonable thing that like clearly there's an equilibrium that we're willing to live with. That's how I'm trying to convey how I see the healthcare argument. It isn't that I just don't give a shit and I'm calloused and oh that guy's getting too poor, haha, sucks to be him, he can go die. That's not how I feel, and
I wasn't saying you felt that way, man.
I would recommend that you review it because it certainly feels as though you're trying to pigeonhole me into saying that as a gotcha, when in fact, I think that we all make those decisions, but just not in that, they're not contextualized that way.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I so my point is like that there are too many people dying from not having enough money and that needs to change. And like there are also too many people dying from car accidents, and I would be a fan of like changing that. And if lowering the speed limit works for that, I am a fan of that. It was like you kind of threw me off by like posing an absurdity of like 60 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour. But the reason that's an absurdity is because if you survey everyone, the majority of people agree it's an absurdity. If you survey everyone about like should should we maybe like take a little bit more money from rich people, I would say there's more agreement for that. Like there's a lot more. I could be wrong.
I don't base my viewpoints and the validity of them based on majoritarian rule. I think that's a poor way to do things. Just because there's consensus doesn't make a
I'm
point
not
more valid than another.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like when you're trying to assess like whether a public decision would be reasonable, you have to take people's opinions into account. People run their governments and their states, and like it is up to people whether they lower the speed limit to an absurd degree, and it is up to people whether they raise the amount they take from rich people to what some people would consider to an absurd degree. And it would like that would be that's up to people. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong based on how many people agree with it. I'm saying it's practical or impractical, and it would happen or wouldn't happen because of that.
That's how democracy works. I mean, what you're just saying is kind of tautological. It's saying that if enough people agree with something, they will put pressure on their representatives to do it, and then it will happen.
Sure, I feel
But
like we're
I think we're
really getting
talking about what
confused.
should happen, aren't we? What's ideologically
Yeah,
reasonable? I'm not confused.
yeah, okay, okay. I think we are getting a little bit off track, and like I'm getting confused about what we're even talking about. Because when I tried to say like what I just said to you, I was not trying to make a tautology about how democracy works. I was trying to explain to you like why I see there to be reason to take in public like opinion into account. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you feel that
Um,
same way about nuclear energy?
um, I need to use the bathroom, and I'm gonna like just think because I feel like we were completely jumping around and it's really confusing to me. So I'm just gonna come back in a minute.
Okay. How's everyone doing? I think I know the two viewers who are here right now. Hi. What do you guys think? Am I being reasonable? Is he being reasonable? You making good points? Am I making good points? We jumping around too much? If you say we're jumping around not enough, I know you're lying. Who is Life Siren? I'm curious who that is. Thanks, word nerd. Appreciate that.
Hey,
Howdy.
it's a little bit hard for me switching subjects as quickly as we've been doing.
Do you want to focus in on something and try to stay to it? We started with the Second Amendment, and it took us like 30 minutes to get somewhere very, very far from that.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about like Walmart and how they treat their employees, and then I thought we were talking about health insurance, and I thought the example of the speed limit was bad faith. Like it doesn't feel like it's relevant to what we were talking about. Like it's a separate thing. That's a completely separate like world. There's a lot of different factors there. So it's just confusing to like switch to that. And I get that your point is like, well, what's the limits to helping people? It can always have bad consequences and so on. But like my point is that the good outweighs the bad with taxing the rich more. And my point is that the good wouldn't outweigh the bad with lowering the speed limit to an absurd degree. And if other people disagreed with that, this is the majority thing, then I would say, cool, then I'm wrong. If everybody else agreed, no, we should make the speed limit 30 miles per hour, I'd say, cool, I was wrong. But if everybody said like, I mean, every like the majority does want to tax the rich more. Like it's extremely popular to do that.
Yeah,
So I
I'm
mean,
sure they do. The majority isn't rich.
yeah,
I'm not sure
exactly.
that that majoritarian rule is really a society I want to live in. And I do take exception to the accusation that I made the car analogy in bad faith. I made it because I thought it was a good analogy that proved the point that I was trying to make in a context that was not the one we were talking about. The concept of
Okay.
giving something up as a society, some level of personal freedom and autonomy, in order for this sense of the greater good. That's the point I was trying to make, and I that was not in
Well,
bad
then why'd you
faith.
say 30 miles per hour? Like, why not just say like 5 miles per hour? Like, why make it a ridiculously low
Why
amount?
is
But
that
like,
ridiculous? It's a number. It's not like I said make it square red miles per hour. It's a number.
okay, okay,
Just because
okay.
it doesn't jive with your perception of reasonable doesn't mean that it. I mean, shit, dude. Speed limits in Europe are like 60% of that in America.
Okay, but you're talking about something that would be a huge inconvenience and problem in the lives of literally everyone if that was just a federal mandate or something.
Yeah, but it would
It would
save
save
so
some
many
people's life.
lives.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It would. It would. It would inconvenience way more people than what I'm talking about in like way more significant ways. Like
And
what time do people have to get up to go to work
and,
now? Like,
and so while that may be true, the concept of giving something up, a personal freedom or an amount of autonomy for the sense of a greater good is what we're really talking about here, I
I
think.
know, and that's but it's different in two different
Also,
circumstances because
just
of the different.
saying that the magnitudes are different, if you're saying my example's here and yours is here, that doesn't mean that I'm making a bad faith argument. You may think I'm
Okay,
making
I'm
a
sorry.
bad argument, but I'm trying
Okay,
to
I'm
argue with
sorry I
you in
said it
good
was bad
faith.
faith. I It felt absurd compared to what we were talking about, but I do get your point. Um, I just the bottom line is like the way you're talking about insurance does not take into account poor people dying. Like it seems like you don't look at that as a factor that you consider in your equation of how the economy should work. Do you think like I don't yeah, I'm not saying you don't care about poor people dying. It's just you're not considering that when you make your argument. So I'm having
Sure,
to point it out.
yeah, I am. It's a loaded statement to say that I'm not considering about poor people dying. It's also loaded to assume that because I'm going to try to quote you, because the rich aren't paying enough, poor people are dying. I think that is such a problematic statement that is not telling the whole story, which is a complex one. If you want to try to make the argument that more money being fed into the health insurance machine in the United States would save more lives, and those lives would be disproportionately lower income, I don't think I would disagree with that.
That's the point I'm making. And the
It
all this stuff about taking
okay.
money from rich people is just because that's obviously
Okay.
where it would land the most.
I would probably push back on what you said the most with you didn't like what I said with speed limits because you thought it was ridiculous in terms of scale. The amount of freedom that you were giving up or personal convenience was extreme in comparison to the benefit. Is that fair?
Yeah, yeah,
That
yeah.
is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, yeah.
I think that what you're proposing is the same, if not more, amount of extreme for a worse return. If we want to talk about it as like a return on your investment, if you want to invest a little bit of personal liberty into saving human life, I think what you proposed is actually worse. Not to mention, it also doesn't take into account a variety of other ways that as a society we could save more lives and we
Yeah,
choose
neither
not
does
to.
lowering the speed limit doesn't take into account an enormous number of factors. Obviously, we're not talking about every single factor in these situations. There's a lot of factors, drunk driving, there's a million other distracted driving, there's a million other things we could talk about. But yeah, obviously like poor people's health has a million other factors that constitute it and like that make it up and so on. But like the point I'm trying to make is that like Yeah, I do. I don't understand when you imagine like a world with no insurance, how you understand like the millions of poor people to be surviving with any degree of quality of life. Do you know how many millions of people have insurance just because of the ACA? Like, do you know how many people would have died prematurely in the last 10 years if we didn't have the ACA? I don't, but it's a lot. It's a lot. If you don't think it is, we can look it up.
I'm not debating that a lot of people would not have died without the ACA. Maybe it comes down to where I think the most bang for our buck could be gotten, and we disagree on that.
Where do you think it could be gotten?
Promoting better lifestyle choices would probably be where I'd focus. Like
Just like with the
smoking
stuff
is
we were talking about last time.
probably smoking is where I would focus my efforts first.
Okay, so how do people pay for smoking cessation? You know, people need help from a medical professional when they're quitting smoking. It's not that
And
easy.
asking people not to start is obscene, I guess.
No, that's perfectly reasonable. But there are a million people already addicted, you know, millions of people already addicted to cigarettes. Like to get off of cigarettes or smoking weed or whatever, they essentially need medical help, like most of the time. Often nicotine gum is really expensive. I don't know if you know that, but
I'm
that's a
aware.
really helpful, yeah, it's a really helpful way for people to quit.
It's
And it's kind
not
of,
as expensive as the current medical costs that smokers are incurring into the medical system. I'm agreeing with you on that point, by the way.
those are costs that they're like creating, but not that they're paying. So I'm just saying like we're looking at like wanting people to get medical help, right? So
Yeah, I'm
like I
agreeing with
want them
you.
to, yeah. Well, you just brought up another point that they're creating more costs in the medical system by getting help. But
No, no, no.
I
By
know that.
being long-term lifelong
Yeah,
smokers,
yeah,
they're
yeah.
having
That, yeah,
us.
but we were talking about the cost that people pay for medical treatment, not the cost they create by getting medical treatment. So it was just a shift, and I didn't. It was not exactly the point we were talking about. Like we're
Um,
talking about how poor people get treatment, they need to pay a low cost. Like yes, people's bad lifestyles creates an enormous number of costs for the medical field. Absolutely. Like there's no doubt. I want those costs to be less. I don't want like there to be inefficiencies. I want people to live their life in as healthy way as possible. This is the world we live in right now. A lot of people are addicted to cigarettes and it's not easy to quit. So they need medical help to do it. So I'm saying like that medical help should be relatively inexpensive. And how do you do that but subsidizing it?
that maybe that's the last part. That last part is probably what we disagree on. Is the way
So how do
to
you
achieve low-cost healthcare, preventative and palliative, all forms of healthcare that help treat people. I don't think subsidizing it is the correct way to do it. I think that,
how do you make healthcare cheaper?
first of all, that's a ridiculously large question. Can we agree on that? That's a hard
Yeah, I
question to
just
answer.
yeah, I mean in general terms, like I can't think of anything besides subsidizing healthcare that would make
We
it
could reduce regulations, the barriers to providing healthcare to individuals. The fact that you need a doctor who has gone to school for like, or gone to graduate school for like 15 years to provide even the lowest levels of medical care is obscene.
hmm, that's interesting. I've never heard that you want to lower the standards for that
It would
or
be nice if, like, hey, I have a tummy ache. It's like, all right, maybe you have a doctor that went to school for a year or something like that. And like the person doing brain surgery on you is the one who went to school for 15 years. We have this like binary fixation on medical care has to be provided by someone who has studied at an extremely expensive school,
yeah,
extremely demanding, even for the littlest of things.
I get that.
And that
That's
seems
interesting.
like
That's
an
an interesting way.
inefficiency.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering like I obviously there are millions of factors, but if there were just these two factors, would you prefer to like do what you're saying and lower those standards for like physicians rather than taking more money from like the wealthiest 1%?
Why must you give me that dichotomy? That's it's
The
not
first I mean, but it's what you bring up in argument against like taxing people more, subsidizing more, and so
it's
on. So I know
one
there are
thing I
other
brought
factors.
up. It's one thing I brought up. It's a highly complex multivariate analysis of a really complex messed up system with a lot of different stakeholders all trying to win their own separate games that they're playing.
I just was asking, like, if those were the only two factors, what you would think. Is that not a fair question?
I'll answer it if you want me to, but I don't think it's a
Yeah.
good question.
Okay.
Um,
Seems
yeah, I
kind,
would
fair to me.
rather reduce the regulations, the barriers to providing medical care. I would rather do that than dump more money into what I already see as a very like this hungry hippos economic machine that just kind of devours funds that go into it. It's maybe if I made a good analogy for you, uh let's say South Korea, we're in dire need of our military help, and I said to you, shouldn't we give more money to the military? You'd go, well, maybe I'm in favor of helping South Korea, but I don't think that dumping more money into the system is the way to fix it. That's how I would try to
Yeah.
phrase the way I'm thinking about it. I already see it as very inefficient and not getting the job done with its current structure, not with its current funds. I don't see the dollar
Well,
figure as the problem.
I mean, I agree to a large extent. I hate the government and everything about how it's structured.
Here,
But
here.
like, this is the situation we're in. No, I really do. I don't know if that comes off in our previous conversations because I feel like because of your views, I have to like take these views that seem pro government, but like I absolutely hate the government. I view it as an extremely powerful organization, and I view it as like unethical to not use power towards good things. So in that situation with South Korea, like yeah, if it was like there's some like Hitler in North Korea or something, like there's something we need to stop or something. It's like yeah, I would be like absolutely like go do it. We have these resources, let's do it, and so on, assuming it was perfectly ethical and everything. So it's the same thing with healthcare. Like the system is so fucked. It's absolutely horrible. But it's like, yes, like if it's not changing right now, then yes, I would want to pump more money into it, lower the cost of care for the poorest people, which is not necessarily what would happen. But I do believe that that did happen with the ACA. Millions of people were able to get care that were not able to get it before, like just concretely. So like it's not a total waste of money, man. Like it's not a total waste of money. Like there's a lot of government waste, but like many millions of people didn't die in the last 10 years who would have without the ACA. Grandmas, fathers, kids, siblings like are still alive because of the ACA, and that's pretty cool in my opinion.
I have a question for you. I don't want to digress
Yeah,
too
yeah. We don't
far.
have to talk about healthcare the whole
I'm
time. Yeah.
happy to talk about healthcare forever. There's a lot to talk
But it
about.
is something I actually know about, so a little bit,
Do you
yeah.
know why your our healthcare is so closely tied to employer? Do you know where that comes from?
No, where does that come from?
I can teach you something then. Okay, cool. It's an interesting one. It really is. So it's from FDR, probably my least favorite president, who I know is revered by a lot of people today.
Sure.
But it was from Executive Order 9250. If you want to like Google it or bring it up or whatever, feel free.
Sure.
So it was, I believe, when people were coming back from World War II. There was a huge influx of people back into the United States, people like soldiers who were coming home. And actually, do I have that flipped? I think I have that flipped. I think it was during World War II. I think it was during World
Oh,
War II.
okay.
I got that mixed up. Sorry. So it was during World War
Whatever. Yeah.
II. There was a shortage of workers because people were abroad, and so there were more jobs than people who could fill them. And what
Hmm.
employers normally do when that's the case, when supply isn't meeting demand, is they raise prices. So they were offering more money was what the intent was. But FDR steps in and says, "I don't want there to be exorbitant inflation and ruin our economy. So I'm going to take a preventative measure and give the ability to tie or sorry, he froze wages. That's what he did. He froze wages and said, "We're not going to offer more money because it's going to screw with our economy by creating rampant inflation." So to
Oh,
get
wow.
around this, as most companies or people will do in general, they looked for a different way to attract people to work for them by offering
Yeah,
healthcare.
that
So
makes
I
sense.
can't raise wages, I'll pay you some other way. And it
Yeah.
stuck.
Yeah, it really did stick. Yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally against that. I think it absolutely needs to be decoupled from your job. I think
It
There
doesn't
are
make
so
any
many people.
sense. It
Yeah,
doesn't make a lick of sense. It's like getting a
yeah.
driver's license for being good at bicycling or for having completed a number of skydives. It's just it doesn't make any sense. There's no correlation.
No. And it still serves that same function of like giving corporations the power to pay people less, essentially. I don't know why. I mean, I don't know that it's the same reasons as back then, but I mean, certainly jobs pay people. Like, I mean,
Can we agree that the concept of you get hit with insurance is supposed to protect you from those situations where when you're really down on your luck and you get screwed and you have a huge medical bill, the insurance company steps in and everyone else who wasn't tapping into their insurance is giving you a leg up.
yeah,
Well, how about when you lose your job and that's tied to health insurance and now you don't have income coming in and also you don't have insurance anymore? How are you supposed to pay for your medical care?
yeah, it really sucks.
What's
Yeah,
crazy about it is that we're paying for it one way or another. If someone doesn't have health insurance and they go to a hospital, they are going to get treated. And this is probably my most the best argument I've ever heard for single payer is people are not getting rejected from hospitals anyway. You could just get medical treatment and the taxpayer is picking it up anyway. So if we're paying for it one way or another, why not pay for it through single payer, which could be a lot more efficient?
sounds good to me. I mean, like the thing to consider is there are a lot of people not getting medical care or even going to the hospital because they already know how much it'll cost.
They're not getting the medical care they need, but people won't
Yeah,
be denied emergency care going into a hospital currently.
probably.
That's
I
why they go
mean,
to the
yeah,
emergency room. They're not going to turn you away. Try it.
yeah,
Walk
but
in, be like, I'm not insured. But
no, but
yeah.
thing, the thing first of all, I'm not sure what you mean about other people picking up that bill. I mean, it gets sent to collections and then they track down that person. I mean,
And then what if they don't pay it? So like let's walk through this thought experiment because I think it's a really good one to finish.
yeah,
Person walks in, they get they're seen by five different doctors, their medical bill's like 30 grand and they can't pay it.
yeah,
You okay with those initial conditions?
yeah, yeah,
Okay. Goes to collections, screws that person's credit up, but this guy's making like 2 grand a week and
yeah,
just can't pay it.
yeah. 2 grand a week, that would be good. But yeah, you mean something else, I assume.
Yeah, sure. 2 grand
Yeah,
a month, 2 grand a year.
sure,
Doesn't matter. Guy can't pay it.
sure, yeah.
Whatever. Not to mention, 2 grand a week is not really enough to be paying a $30,000
No, no,
medical
but it
bill.
is. It's a lot more than most people make, I think,
I
honestly. But yeah,
understand
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah,
I did mean to say 2 grand a month
yeah,
at the
yeah,
beginning,
yeah,
but
yeah, 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 whatever.
it
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
yeah,
Um, so that bill goes to collections, and that person can't pay it. I mean, sure, you could freeze that person's wages, you could put them in jail, but at the end of the day, it's not getting paid if that person doesn't have the money. Is that fair?
I mean, it's very like, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I don't mean to cut you off. Yeah,
Okay. So if I'm a hospital and I know that a certain portion of my patients are going to come in and not pay the medical bill that I give them, what am I going to do?
um, I don't know.
I'm going to raise prices on everyone else that can pay.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah,
how do I pay my staff? How do I pay for
yeah.
my machines? How do I pay for things?
Sure.
That's yeah, I offset my costs in this is like whatchamacallit, this is like actuarial science 101. You
Okay.
charge people who you know are going to pay extra to make up for those who you know are not going to pay.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
So you're saying if the poorest people were better able to pay for treatment, it would lower costs for other people?
Uh yes, I am saying that. I'm saying that that bill is getting paid one way or another. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'd like people. The one factor I definitely noticed that's not being mentioned is like just the stress of like having debt. Like that's a very real like problem. And if I could say like, how do we create a system where people don't have to feel like that distress? being hunted down by collections, but also you're not addressing the like people not even getting medical care because they know it'll cost money. Like
Yeah, I
there are a
mean,
fair bit of
people not getting like preventative care, for example, would be a huge example of like where a cost balloons into something larger because
yeah,
I ignore it, and then all of a sudden my heart stops and I go to the emergency room and oh, could have
yeah,
been a $500 doctor's visit and now it's five hundred
yeah.
thousand dollars.
I think that's a huge cause of problems in our country, inefficiency economically and health issues, obviously. But,
So
I mean,
anyway, my original point that I was trying to
yeah. Sorry, I
finish,
didn't mean.
no worries, is
Yeah.
that one way or another, our society is paying for that. And if
Okay.
someone goes to an emergency room uninsured, that's going to show up in higher prices across the board because the hospital is going to recoup their losses one way
Yeah.
or another, or they won't exist for very long if the people that
So,
go
you,
there don't pay.
so then, how do you think this same thing you're describing would be if insurance didn't exist?
Gosh, if could you imagine if I went, okay, so if you went to a store, what's a store you went to recently?
CVS,
CVS. Okay, so CVS sells what? What did you buy there? You don't have to be. Don't be too.
tacos.
Bought CVS
No,
tacos?
I'm just kidding. Yeah. Candy.
Okay, candy. Could
Yeah.
you imagine if like you rung that up, went to the counter, and they didn't tell you how much it cost until like 3 weeks later?
I don't know that insurance has to go like this, though. I don't know
Okay.
that yeah, I don't know that it has to be like that just to have insurance. I think that's more a function of like the weird way our health insurance is like public and private, honestly. And I don't know, but don't you think that's possible that you could have like
I'm
insurance?
listening.
Yeah, I think you could have more clear costs without but yes, I agree. I would love to know how much stuff costs when you go to any medical treatment. I just it's sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's super hard to figure out how much stuff costs. Even after the appointment, I'm like calling the billing office, like, and they're like, I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. It's like,
Doctors don't even know how much stuff costs. Isn't
yeah,
that
they don't.
crazy?
Yeah, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Yeah, because that's why I take issue with insurance companies because I do think that's on them. I can't explain exactly how, but I do think that that's a function of insurance companies basically wanting as much wiggle room as possible to change their price regimen scheme, all that stuff. But but yes, I agree that people should be able to certainly know what they're going to pay. But you said that in response to what I said about insurance. So I wasn't totally sure. Maybe I cut you off or like, because my point was going to be like, well, the situation you're describing of people not being able to pay and the cost being passed on to other people would be even worse if we didn't have like Medicaid and stuff like that and Medicare, because more people would be unable to pay, basically.
Say that last part again. You think
Yeah, like if like you're describing how, people being unable to pay has a cost passed on to other people. And I'm saying there would be more people unable to pay if we didn't have well-funded Medicaid and Medicare, because people wouldn't have, well, if we didn't have insurance, that would be a whole nother thing, but people wouldn't be able to basically afford private insurance. A lot of people, that was the case before the ACA, because private insurance can have their premiums be whatever they want and uh, can make enough money to make profit without having to worry about whether there are people who are covered and stuff like that. So,
so? I guess you're seeing it as if we went to single payer, how would that improve?
yeah, I guess I think if you went to single payer, like there would be more people cover. Everybody would be covered. Like single payer universal healthcare, everyone's covered, and we just make it so that the cost. I don't know. The cost should be what the cost is, like not some weird abstract like thing that I don't know tries to maintain like Cigna's
So,
company or something.
we're in a single payer society. Government is you have to pay into, call it some sort of version of Obamacare. Everyone's paying into some sort of fund.
Sure,
If I had to guess, you'd like that to be prorated based off of income.
sure, yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah, like I'm
that
not going to ask like
that
a homeless person to pay the same amount as Jeff Bezos.
so that fund then gets distributed by our government when people
Sure,
need medical care. So they would pay the hospitals when hospitals give the government a bill. Is that right?
sure.
So government's the buyer, hospitals the seller. And I know I'm
I
just
don't know all the
focusing
ins
on
and outs. Makes
hospital.
sense to me. Yeah, yeah.
So what's to stop the hospital from overcharging?
I mean, there's like a That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm not going to pretend I know the answer. Like, it's probably pretty
It's
complicated.
a hard
I would.
question, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. What's to stop? Well, you were saying they already are
Yes,
overcharging,
they
so it
they
is a problem.
already are. Yes.
So would it get worse? I don't. I feel like the overcharging is to sustain these insurance companies. Like, I feel like that's where that extra money is going. Like, it's basically to going to those middlemen to organize this whole scheme. What's to stop them? I mean, I would obviously think that the government would just have like very clear rules about like how much certain things cost. I mean, I don't, yeah, I don't know. And maybe that would be super complicated, but wouldn't that be possible to come up with some specific thing? Like,
Unless, so yes, it would be, but that would require the federal government to mandate that. So it would have to be in law. Like, this is
right.
how much a cast costs to get on your arm. This is how much a
Yeah.
brain surgery costs, etc.
A lot of hospitals have really big financial issues too already.
I'm
And so
I'm
like,
aware they're
yeah.
not like running home like with
Oh
bales
no,
of
I know.
cash.
Yeah, no, no, I'm sure you're aware. I'm just saying like that like I don't like that. I think hospitals should be maybe I don't know, they should be subsidized themselves too. Like I'm just a fan of the government putting money towards things that create life and sustain life. Just yeah, so I would say yeah, subsidize hospitals. Maybe that would make it so they don't have to rip off the government. I don't know. I'm getting way out of my depth in terms of public policy stuff. I
I
don't know
think it's
anything about.
important to keep going on this. I don't want to stop where we've gotten to. I feel like we're just getting into like some of the
Sure,
deep
sure.
mechanisms that prevent us from making progress on this issue.
Yeah, I
'Cause
just can't pretend I know about like why, like how the government interacts with hospitals. And, not something I'm super knowledgeable.
so one of like the more one of the more purported arguments by conservative circles would be if you did go to a single payer healthcare system, you would essentially have to have the government mandating what prices on certain procedures are.
Okay.
Otherwise, you could have this infinite, like, hospitals would just charge whatever they want. And you could say, yeah,
Yeah.
maybe they wouldn't, but they could.
No, no, I'm sure they would. Why
And
not?
that wouldn't be, I mean, if you think that the insurance companies do it today, then
Yeah, yeah,
certainly you
yeah.
think
They're
that the
sane
hospitals
people.
would do
Yeah,
it too. People are
yeah,
people. So
yeah.
if that were the case, then we have to mandate how much things cost. At the moment you do that, forget about the fact that you're fixing prices in the economy. You are essentially compelling labor to some extent. This is the argument
Okay.
that would be made. You're saying a doctor's time in a 10-hour procedure is worth this much.
Yeah.
And you might end up pricing doctors out of the market entirely. You may
What
have
does
a
that mean?
shortage of doctors. You may not have enough people to provide the medical care that you would like to. And if you have enough people, you might not have the level of expertise that you would like. You might not be able to go to school for 7 years to provide care on something. Maybe you can only study for 3. Think of the
Mm-hmm.
massive debt that doctors incur. They need money too. So
Yeah,
shit, I
yeah.
can't go to school for 15 years and then only make like $50 an hour. That's going to
Right.
cripple me financially. It disrupts that equilibrium. I'm not making the argument that we are at a good place right now. I want to be very
Yeah,
clear
yeah.
about that. But that would further disrupt that pseudo balance that we've arrived at.
I don't even see the point of calling it an equilibrium, frankly, because it implies that things are settled and calm. But I
I
get
agree.
you.
Fine.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
retract
but
that.
no, but I get where you're coming from. And like I guess like I get how it would be in a sense like compelling doctors to work and it could have those effects you were talking about. I don't know that that happens in countries with universal single payer. Like obviously it's a different situation to be a doctor, but I don't know that, and I do think they get paid less, but I don't know that it has those sprawling consequences you were talking about of less people going in. I guess are you looking something up or?
No, I'm banning someone from the chat as a bot.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
Wow, I've
apologize.
never gotten one of those
I
all the
know
time streaming.
that's distracting.
I've never gotten one of those. Thanks, V Roller. I appreciate it. Like and subscribe, or that's YouTube. Um, like, yeah, yeah. So I guess you're compelling them, but like, I mean, I could say like the good outweighs the bad. Like people are getting their medical treatment at a reasonable cost. I mean, I don't see any reason not to like fix those costs. I don't like the idea of government fixing prices, but like how, I don't know. Is that the only way? Are there other ways to do it? Maybe there are other ways. Does it really just have to be the government deciding like this is how much this costs? And by the way, that could be not the federal government too. That could be like a state or local government, I imagine.
So
It doesn't
then do
necessarily.
we is single then it wouldn't be single payer then, right? It would be multi-payer.
I don't know. I mean, look, this is why I'm so out of my depth because I have no idea what I'm talking about. I could say, but what comes to mind is like, oh, maybe it's single payer through the federal government tax funds and the treasury and so on. But there's still laws saying that local states can decide how much things cost and so on within a certain range or something like that. So,
I don't think you're out of
yeah,
your depth for what it's worth. I think that
no, I 100% am.
you
It's
you
not even
may
up for
not have
debate.
thought about this stuff that much in the past, but you're a critical thinker. You
Yeah.
care about getting to a good solution. That's kind of a better
True.
start than a lot of people in our
Yeah,
country,
yeah, fine.
including our
But I am,
lawmakers.
and I work in healthcare, but like I am out of my depth. No, seriously, like there's nothing wrong with saying that.
No
Like I
one
don't know,
understands this completely.
but people study public policy. People get like degrees in this, and no, I don't. You don't need to say that. I really think it's worth saying. Like I am out of my depth. Like people study public health and public policy and understand way more than I could possibly understand. I really am out of my depth. But this is generally how I see things. That basically explains why I think it would be good to raise taxes and pump those taxes into people's healthcare
Hmm.
because yeah, there's a lot of waste, but I think the majority of waste comes from yeah, insurance, sustaining insurance companies
So
essentially.
I'll perhaps offer my final closing thought, which is
Yeah,
in uh, drastic. It's at odds with your sentiment, I think, about this, but that's okay. We can disagree on
yeah.
it. I still kind of dream of a world where we don't have insurance companies for health insurance, and we've reached such an efficient market equilibrium, sans regulation, that healthcare is so affordable for all people that barring extremely specialized rare procedures, everyone's able to afford the healthcare that they need.
How? I'm sorry. There's like a piece missing
Would
there.
would you be
How?
cool with like UBI coupled with complete free market?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm a fan of UBI as long as it doesn't come at the loss of other social services. There's no reason a UBI should have to like take away people's Medicaid. Like that's not like a sustainable option. By the way, I feel like that doesn't work for your view of people. Like because you talk about like people's bad decisions and so on and like people like having individual responsibility, but it seems like there's going to be more bad decisions if you just give people cash than if you like give them like if you have a view of human nature that people will basically like try to take advantage here and there, which I don't want to assume your view of human nature, but this is the I think most people have this idea like people will take advantage here and there when they can get what they want. Like it seems like that's why you have more rigid rules around here's what the money we're giving you is for rather than just here's cash UBI, hope you can afford your health care. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So you're assuming that I would think of this as people are just going to spend it on cocaine and hookers, essentially. Like,
No, I'm not saying you think that. I'm saying like if your views are that like people's issues like that with drugs, for instance, are their own personal bad choices rather than environmental factors, it seems like you're creating more opportunity for those bad choices by taking away some of the rigid environmental constraints.
shouldn't the stimulus checks have been fairly illuminating about what people do and don't spend extra money on?
What did they spend it on?
I actually don't know. I don't know if all of the data are in on that, but
Yeah.
I for some reason I don't think it's healthcare and health services,
Oh,
but
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm
you,
sure it's
you
not.
know
I
it could
mean,
be. Maybe people are like, "Oh, I can finally afford a psychiatrist." And they're like, "It was only a couple
yeah,
sessions, but like, boy, it was
yeah, yeah,
great." My guess
yeah,
is like, "Oh shit, whatever like the newest shit on Amazon's homepage is what most
yeah.
people went for."
So you're a fan of UBI, but I assume it's like
I
not
didn't.
just on its own. Oh,
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
not
yeah,
a
yeah,
fan.
yeah, yeah. Pretty much just as
Okay.
a replacement to the existing social programs is what I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, that's what I
I'm
think.
not
Yeah.
of the belief that like our system doesn't leave people behind and that people really could use a hand getting started again. I'm not at odds with that statement.
Totally.
I think the
Yeah.
current incentive structure of the programs that we're providing don't do people any favors.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. When I said earlier, or asked earlier,
You
like,
hurt, you hurt my feelings.
do you think poor people like should have to die or something? I specifically prefaced that like several times by saying I'm not trying to say that you think this. It just was like the reasonable question in that situation. You
I know, but
and
I
you
heard
said
it
in a
as I'm not racist, but
okay, well, and in our first debate, you said that like a human life is worth about $1 million.
that was yeah, but that's not my opinion. That's like a studied thing that like the government values it at $1 million or something to that extent.
Okay,
Like the
that's an
average.
outrageous.
No, it's like the discounted cash flows of all of the GDP that you'll produce in your lifetime. That's not like a subjective statement.
But it's yeah, yeah, and I don't want to assume you like it is a subjective thing to say that that's how we measure a human life. So that's one way to
It
measure a
is
human
a
life.
measure of human life. If you yeah,
Yeah,
it's
just
the
like I
value of a human's productivity on average to the economy.
and you can accept that as a way to describe that what you just said specifically, but that is not an expression of the value of a human life. It's an expression of the value of GDP that a human life creates in a
Yeah.
given economy.
Okay. Yeah.
So value can mean a lot of different things. So that sat with me pretty, poorly when you said that the first time because I thought like there is no dollar value for a human life. Like there's absolutely no dollar value. You can talk about how much people create in their life, in their economy, in dollar values, but you can't talk about a human life in dollar value.
Okay. This seems like a semantic point to disagree on, but I think I can hold the belief that a human life can be worth a certain amount of dollars in an economic context, but that also human life holds value that is not economic.
Yeah, I just think I believe you can. I just think you're gonna run into like a real problem with this like this view is what comes up when we talk about what we've been talking about, and you come to the question of like how much are we taking from these people and how much are we helping these people? Because to even quantify how much you're helping these people, you would basically have to be asking yourself, how much does it matter to me that like say this number of people didn't die in this span of time or something. So like, yeah. Does that
May I
make
ask you
sense? Or,
something?
yeah.
I don't want to make this I don't want to come off as like the car analogy where I'm going out in left field, but a lot
Sure.
of the arguments that you're making for various social programs and Robin Hood-esque taxation structures where we take more from the rich to give more to the poor
Sure.
are very nationalistic in nature. So, if your goal is to maximize or save as many human lives as possible, if that's the metric that you're optimizing for, why the fuck would we spend a single more dollar on the American population? Wouldn't we dump truck as much of it as we can into sub Saharan Africa, India, various other population centers that could benefit per dollar way more than us in terms of human life?
I think that's a great idea.
So you'd
Yeah.
you'd prefer to do that rather than spend it here?
No, I think there are, yeah, I think US has a huge responsibility to be doing that all around the world. And I wouldn't prefer it. I don't think we should like sacrifice our lives for other people because like current day Americans are not responsible for like the US's treatment of other countries but I do think the US should look at other countries, say, did we negatively impact that country? Maybe how much should we help them? Maybe we should help them a fair bit. But I don't think it should be an either or, and I don't think we should have to sacrifice U.S. lives for other people.
Unfortunately, it is an either or type equation. It is because we don't we live in a zero sum game. There aren't infinite resources. There's a finite amount of stuff that you can give. There's a finite amount of medical care that can be levied. There's a finite amount
Yeah,
of military power that can be levied. We
yeah.
can't give a house and a puppy and a yard to all 8 billion people on earth. And I got that number a little wrong.
No, but like for instance, there are more empty houses in the U.S. than
I
homeless
know.
people.
I knew as soon as I said that you were going to latch onto the
No,
house
but
thing.
that's not the point. The point is like I know that there are finite resources. I'm just saying like the amount of money that isn't going used towards helping people is astronomical, and I'd like to start chipping away at it. I don't think it's infinite, but yeah.
And we shouldn't start in the US then. We should start somewhere where we're going to save more lives per dollar. Shouldn't we?
No, I think there are millions of people in the U.S. like that are starving. Literally, I know that guy in the chat disagreed with me last time, but like, it's like 10% of the U.S. population, roughly, is food insecure. Like, doesn't have enough food on the table. Like, a lot of Americans grow up without enough food, and it's like just a shared experience a lot of people have. So I would think it's like extremely disrespectful to them to say, well, yeah, but people are starving in Ethiopia and they have this disease. So screw you. It's like there's like a basic level of like quality of life that we should bring people up to in the US. And I don't think it's really instead of, because even though there's a finite amount of money, I really think if you took all the money from the defense budget, for instance, or an enormous chunk of it, you would do so much good that it would be, yeah, we don't need to argue about should it be here or there first, because you
I
could do
want to
both.
argue about that. Oh,
But you understand what I'm saying?
you think there is enough to do
There's
both?
enough for, yeah, like there's not enough for infinite things, but you go step by step. You say, okay, we're gonna do this to, make sure everybody in the US has food, and we're gonna do this to make sure, people in this Latin American country we like fostered a right-wing coup in have like better, food. And we're gonna take it like step by step, maybe start with, yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's all abstract, but yeah, you
So
could
in the
do that.
same framework that you posed to me earlier, which I know you apologize for the phrasing of, but in the context where you asked me, are you okay with letting someone die?
Yeah, yeah,
I would turn that back on you and say, are you okay with letting someone else in Ethiopia, because you use that example,
yeah,
are
yeah,
you
yeah.
okay with letting someone in Ethiopia die just so that you can help someone in the or are you okay with letting 10 people in Ethiopia die so you can help one person in the United States?
By Even though I'm literally saying we would do both at the same
But
time and
you
there is enough
can't.
money for it.
That's not a correct statement. I mean, you can't do both because we don't have infinite resources. In a world where you did have infinite resources, that could be true. You could help everyone equally in parallel, but that's not the case.
Sure. I mean, I don't think it's a fair either or. I really don't. I think there's an enormous amount of money that is not going to use to help people, and I don't think it's worth us arguing about either or when we don't even know the vast sum of money. Like it's an unconscionable amount of money that could be used to help people. Why argue? Like, look, I get your point, but like on some level, I do think a country has responsibility for its own people, like first, and at the same time, like because the US has done wrong globally, we have responsibility elsewhere. Like I think any country we help out, it should be in tandem with helping our own people. And I do think that's possible. And I don't know where your proof is that it isn't. I mean, it's just theoretical at this point. We're both just arguing sort of theoretically.
Um,
Like we don't like, do you actually know that there's not enough money to do these vague programs? I'm not, we're not even naming
yes.
like how much.
Yes, I think that my understanding of how economies and infrastructure works is sufficient to make that kind of statement. Yeah. And I'd
Okay.
be happy to back that up by walking through the numbers together if you find
Sure.
that to be a useful exercise. Okay. So like total US GDP, do you have a general idea of what that number is?
No,
Like
no idea.
order of magnitude. How much do you
No
think we
idea.
spend on the military per year?
800 billion
That
or a
number
trillion.
you know that number pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know the GDP. Yeah, I don't spend like what is the GDP? I don't
Yeah, it's like roughly $4 trillion.
know. Okay.
I believe. I mean, I guess I'll just double check what 2020 GDP is because it's easy. Um, $21 trillion. So I'm off by a factor of 5.
Okay.
Um, so
Look, can I cut you off for a second?
yeah, what's up?
I'm just saying, take half of the defense budget, and every year, that's every year. That's 800 billion a year, right? So let's say 400 billion a year. 200 billion is for U.S. Poverty. 200 billion is for global poverty. Period. That's all I'm saying. And
I know that you think that because that sounds reasonable to you, why would anyone object to it? But you aren't using an ideologically consistent framework to arrive at that decision. And that's really what I take exception to.
I'm not sure.
Even if I think you're being a reasonable person, the fact that you aren't using some sort of conveyable ideological framework to arrive at that conclusion, it's not repeatable. If earlier you're not following me.
I really have no idea what you're talking about.
Earlier,
I don't have an
earlier
ideological
you
framework.
said,
Yeah, I
okay.
do. Like helping poor people. I don't. Yeah.
But you're disproportionately. It's a nationalist ideology that you're purveying. Then you're saying that we should be drastically disproportionately helping American lives. You're telling me that an American life is more valuable than a foreign life with that value statement.
No, I'm not.
Sure, you are.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying an American life is more valuable than a life in another country. I'm saying that as far as America's responsibility to look after human beings, it has first the responsibility of Americans and sort of tied for first the responsibility of people in other countries who have been affected by American policies. I'm not talking about the value of those lives. I'm talking about the responsibility of the US government to support those lives. I'm just trying to be reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to ask a country to support the entire world. Like, but don't say I'm valuing an American life higher than a foreign life because I'm saying that the US has a greater responsibility to look after American life. That's different. Like, a parent has a responsibility to look after their kid, not their neighbor's kid. That doesn't mean their neighbor kid's less valuable. Like, are you muted?
Yes, I am. Are you okay with the current number? So we spend a little under $100 billion on food stamps in the United States.
Okay.
My guess is you don't have an issue with that, and if anything, think we should pay more, right?
I don't know. I don't know that food stamps are like the perfect program, but I certainly wouldn't.
I'm not alleging that. The point I'm trying to make is like we're choosing to.
I wasn't saying you were alleging that, by the way.
Okay.
I wasn't saying that. Okay. That's not what I was saying.
We're choosing to spend that money, that food, here domestically rather than abroad. That is a value statement. Whether or not you see it that way, it's a statement of value that we would prefer to allocate those resources domestically rather than abroad.
Okay.
That's valuing a life above another.
So you're saying the current US government is doing this or something? Because what I'm saying is taking money I'm saying that the US has a responsibility to its own citizens and other citizens in other countries that have been affected by US policies. And that what we should do should be to lift up both groups. I don't know why you're taking this as me like being nationalistic. It's really, really wrong. I'm not in any way nationalistic. If you want to understand my views, that's not the term to use. You're trying to like...
You're putting country first. Isn't that a nationalistic viewpoint?
Are you nationalistic? In the way you're saying?
To some extent, yeah, I am.
Okay, so you don't have a problem with the premise I'm proposing, that a country has a responsibility to its own citizens?
Not even in the slightest. I just think you're at odds with your own ideology that you're using. And I'm trying to point that out.
When have I ever said a government has a responsibility to other people before they're its own people? How is this inconsistent?
I think by saying that the United States has any sort of moral obligation to help out other people throughout the world, you are kind of making that evaluation, yeah.
So by saying the US government has any responsibility to help other people in the world, I'm being inconsistent with what?
Earlier in our conversation, we were talking about a disagreement we were having in terms of the various amount of resources, the vast number of resources that you think that we should be reallocating to United States citizens in forms of healthcare.
Okay, but now
I
what
then
what you're
reframed it.
okay, but now what you're understanding is that maybe earlier I wasn't saying the full picture, as we can never fully say the full picture. So like what I'm actually saying is that wealth should be reallocated to help people. So I don't know, you can't just draw a
Okay.
conclusion from that and then say I'm being inconsistent with that
I
conclusion.
still think that you are, and I think I can prove that. You think that wealth should be allocated to people, not just United States citizens. Is that right? That's what you just said?
Yeah.
Like all human
I
life
mean,
is equally valuable? I guess maybe we should just move on from it, but I don't see how.
you're not listening to me and you're trying to catch me in something and it's more important to you than understanding my position. Okay? I think the wealth should go to people who need it. I think a government's responsibility, and tell me if this doesn't sound consistent to you. Wealth should go to people who need it. A government's responsibility is to both its own people and people who have been negatively affected by its policies simultaneously. And so I think the US government should reallocate wealth to help both its own people and people who have been affected by its policies. What is inconsistent about that?
The proportion. The proportion that you're not saying, the amount that you're not saying in that statement is the inconsistent part.
So the amount that I'm not saying is inconsistent. How do you know it's inconsistent if I'm not even saying it?
You said take $400 billion from the military budget and then split half of it domestically and half of it abroad.
How is that inconsistent to do half and half? I literally said tied for first and then I'm doing half and half. I mean,
Okay. I think perhaps maybe I'm spending too much time harping on the comment that you made earlier about are you okay with letting those people die? I think that really resonated with me as something that was a fairly deep moral accusation of
libertarians,
not
not you,
accepting the value
libertarians.
of a person's life.
Yeah.
And I don't want to make it seem like I think I'm catching you in some sort of trap. I think I'm pointing out to you something that maybe you haven't thought through fully. An
Point it out.
ideology that I think that you're using to arrive at what you think is reasonable, but isn't evenly applied. It's not a standard that you're being consistent to. That's
So
all I'm
you
trying to
think
point
I'm not
out.
valuing, you think I'm not valuing human life is what you're saying.
I think
Because I don't want the US to donate all its resources
I
to the
actually
globe.
don't see it that way. I don't see it black and white in a valuing human life or not valuing human life. But I think I took such exception to that statement earlier that I'm trying to flip it back to you and say, look, we all make these sorts of, I don't know, value judgments. Probably not the best way to say it, but we
I
all
don't
make these cost
understand.
benefit decisions where we choose where the best way to allocate resources is. And it's a complex, multivariate sort of analysis where lobbing an accusation of like, well, if you don't agree with me on this, then you must not care about human life. You must be okay with letting humans die is is a misrepresentation of an argument.
I don't think you're okay with letting people die. I think libertarians don't think about people. They don't think about the poorest people. Like I think libertarians come up with these ideas and don't think about the poorest people. So I'm just trying to point out the factor of like there are a lot of people who need government support so they don't die. Okay? So like everything I'm saying, you have not pointed out the slightest inconsistency at all. I'm saying people who are vulnerable and need help should get it. And I'm saying that a government or any institution can only have limited responsibility. It's not an omnipresent thing. So I'm saying we should use our limited responsibility for vulnerable people who we have affected in foreign countries and in the US who are vulnerable and poor and so on. I am saying it should be the same amount, but I don't like know that it should be the same exact amount. I don't, that's not really important. But if you think that's the same as like coming up with an economical plan and not thinking about the poorest people, you're being disingenuous. You're being completely disingenuous. They're not equivalent. And I'm saying that libertarians don't think about the poorest people when they come up with these fantastic plans. They don't think about the actual human lives alive right now who won't be able to live as long because of their policies. And it's not an emotional appeal. You said that phrase earlier. It's an appeal to a value. It's an appeal to an intellectual value. I value human life above private property. That is the value. It is a very rational thing and not an emotion.
Okay. I think I've made my point multiple times, and I think I've made it as clear as I'm going to, so I don't feel the need to belabor it anymore. I think I've exhausted everything that I can communicate.
So was what I just said like a temper tantrum, or did it give you any information about my position?
I think the very last statement was a pretty illuminating one. The that you value human life over personal property. I think that was a pretty clear one to follow.
Okay.
I think that calling it a temper tantrum would be a little harsh. It was emotionally charged.
You're acting like I'm not like I'm literally trying to explain something so you understand that
No,
there's no inconsistency, and you're just backing down and saying like, well, I've made my point. It's like I
Frank,
just made my point.
frankly, I disagree. I still disagree with you, even after what you said. But I don't think that responding to it in a way where I'm communicating what I think is going to be useful.
All right, if you disagree but can't tell me how, I don't view it
I
as
think
being
I
dis-
already have told you how, but we're not getting anywhere on it.
Okay. It's very frustrating, and I want you to understand this because it's like if I'm having these conversations with you, I want to understand. I want to know that I'm being understood. I'm not here just to like perform. Like I want you to understand what I'm saying. So like I'm trying to make the point that what I'm saying is consistent. If you think it's inconsistent,
Okay.
like
All
tell
right.
me
I guess
how.
let's keep doing it. Fine. Fuck it. I mean, I don't want you to get frustrated and think that not also trying. So let's get frustrated if we have to. So, is it important to distribute vaccines to the United States, for example, for the coronavirus?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I
Fair enough.
don't
Let's take
think
that
it.
at face value. Let me just
Yeah,
finish my point, okay? I'm going
yeah.
to run this through to ground and we'll see if we still disagree because I think that there's room for me to point out where I think you're being ideologically consistent without calling into question libertarianism or that the value statement, I guess, about human life. Okay, so it's important to distribute vaccines to the United States to save people's lives from COVID. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay. By doing that, you're choosing to allocate a vaccine to the United States that you are not allocating to India, who
100%.
objectively needs it more if the metric that you're trying to save is human life.
100%.
So for me, I could, if I were trying to win an argument, or if I were trying to just throw back in your face what you said to me earlier. Oh, clearly, what's therapy? You must not care about human life if you're okay with someone in India dying. That is what you said to me earlier. They are
Hey,
exactly syntactically and semantically equivalent, but
sure.
they're really morally kind of gross and wrong because it's a complete misrepresentation of everything that you believe for me to say, oh, you care about domestic health, but not a broad health. You must not care about human life. That is the same
Well,
argument that's being made of if you are not willing to take money from the rich and give it to the poor, clearly you must think so because personal property is more important to you than human life. And by the way, you're okay with human beings dying. Is it possible that you're not seeing the perspective where someone thinks, instead of that, perhaps I think that you actually save the max number of human lives by not performing it in that order? What if I think that you're just going about it the wrong way and that while we're both trying to preserve the total number of human lives and optimize for that, I just think you're doing it in the wrong way. And so
I didn't
when
know that was your value. I mean, if that's your value, then I look forward to hearing how getting rid of insurance achieves that value and achieves that goal.
I said it and
Like,
I think you reacted pretty drastically to it.
okay. I mean, look, okay. I've tried to be clear that I wasn't trying to accuse you of not caring about human life, but each time you bring it up, you put more and more words in my mouth. So I don't think I'm getting my point across. Um, I, you didn't ask what I think about the vaccine situation at all. Like, I absolutely think it's completely unethical for the US to get vaccinated before other countries. I think it's wrong. I think that it does put higher value on our life than other people's, and I think that's wrong. I think the big difference is like the vaccines are not the US's property from their creation. They're sort of like global, right? Like they were made in a few different countries with researchers from a few different countries. I don't know the whole genesis, but they weren't the US property when they were created. Is that right? Like the US had to buy them. So like my point is like taxes are the US property. Like we're putting our own property into a fund. And so like we have control, like I'm saying like we should use our control over that to help the most vulnerable people here and abroad whose lives are equally valuable. I don't feel I don't know how that decision was made for the US and other rich countries to buy up all the vaccines, but I think that was unethical because it's inconsistent with my values, because it values like some people more than others. I guess what I'm trying to say is like a that's not a government decision that I would support or be in favor of. Like it's something that's wrong. So I'm not saying that I'm a fan of the U.S. having vaccines before other countries. I'm saying I'm a fan of the U.S. using our own resources to help our own people and other people in other countries who it's reasonable to expect us to help. Does that make sense? Are we
Yeah,
speaking
it
the
does.
same?
I didn't take exception to pretty much, I think, a single thing that you said just now.
Okay. So then why does the vaccine example prove I'm being inconsistent?
I think I'm trying to prove that you can't have it both ways, and I might just be incapable of doing that. I mean, perhaps I need to review this and see where I'm not making my argument as clear as I think I am as it leaves my mouth.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. I don't want you to get fixated on like one way of seeing me or I mean, I am not nationalistic at all. And so I don't like if you want to understand my views, like I just think like an organization like a government can only have limited responsibility. And so that shouldn't be only its own people, but it should be its own people. And I don't think we're taking care of our own people. So that's something that needs to change. I don't think it's one or the other, helping our own people or helping people in other countries.
That's the part that I think.
You think it's one or the other, helping our own people or helping people in other countries?
Unfortunately, the reality of Earth as it exists in 2021, if you choose to help a person, you are also choosing not to help a different person in need. Because there are so
Yeah.
many people in need, you physically cannot help all of them.
Well, let's start by doing some
And
and
I'm not
see how
saying we
that goes.
shouldn't. I'm not saying we
Yeah.
shouldn't.
You're just trying to prove that like I am valuing.
You are making a value statement about some human life being more valuable than others. Whether or not you see it in that framework, you are doing so. Because you're looking at it in the framework of a country has a duty first to its own people before helping others, you are making a value statement of borders changing the value of human life from the perspective of a government.
I literally don't know what to do at this point because you're directly contradicting things I said. I literally said at the same time supporting its own people and other
Yeah, but you
people.
can't do both.
Yes, you can. You take a fund of money and you split it. What is the problem
Okay,
with that?
so you make yourself feel better in that you're doing both, but for every person you treat in the United States, for example,
This is a logic. You're playing a logic game. You're making a logical like a priori statement about yes. Whenever you help someone, you're not helping others. I know that.
I don't know what an
That's
a
not the.
priori is.
It just means like not. It's just in the mind, like not tied to experience. It's just a stupid philosophy term. But like I get it. When you help someone, you're not helping others. Like okay, of course. But I'm saying take a bunch of money. That's not helping anyone. And like put it towards helping people and split that among a fair number of people. What is hard to understand about that?
What's the right amount? Let's move on to a
I
new
don't
topic.
know. Way more than we currently do. It doesn't, I don't know what the right amount is.
What would feel fair to you in terms of taxing the rich and reallocating it for the rest of the society?
first of all, I gave you an example that doesn't involve taxing anyone more. Literally just taking money from another like operation of the government.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my first idea. And then if you want to tax people, yeah, tax them. I like you want me to come up with like a tax rate? Like
Yeah, I think so. I mean, certainly
so
you don't think it's 99. What?
what's wrong with taking it from the Defense Department? Why did we move on from that? That's not an option
Okay,
anymore.
I think that the Defense Department does inordinate amounts of good that you're not focusing on. I mean, I'm not at odds with you that the military industrial complex is not a real thing and is privy to extreme amounts of waste. I agree that it does and is, but I
Yeah, yeah.
also think that it does immense good in securing world peace constantly.
Okay. I don't know enough to argue that point, but yeah, I mean, that's why I only took 400 billion. So
You
you think they
left
need all?
enough to do the rest.
Yeah, man, you think the healthcare costs are like, you think hospitals are robbing the government? You know how much Raytheon and Northrop Grumman are robbing the government. Like, you know how much like Lockheed Martin is robbing the government, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, not I don't think it's as much as healthcare, but yeah, I think that they're both robbing the taxpayer.
Yeah, enormously.
Yeah, I think they
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. And that's because they're allowed to basically write the laws with the politicians.
I don't think that I disagree with you. Corporate
Yeah.
or crony capitalism is a scourge.
Oh, crony capitalism. So what's the difference?
Oh, all capitalism is crony capitalism.
No, I hear this phrase sometimes and I think,
Yeah, a
how is that
crony
different?
capitalism. I think most people would probably, at least as I understand it, is where
Okay.
you've achieved regulatory capture. That's what I would consider crony capitalism.
Okay. So how do you create a state that doesn't allow that?
That's a tricky question.
Re-
I would say, I'm sorry.
No, no, no. I'm really, yeah, I
I
don't know.
would. I think I brought this out the last time, but I think that this was a bad decision. I think you reversed this decision. Citizens United.
And that, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that limits how much they can pay to campaigns, right?
Yeah, I think that limiting corporate speech is probably a pretty good idea, and I think you can do that without infringing on people's First Amendment rights.
Okay, so that's giving the government more power. So in this case, you're a fan of that.
I guess, yeah. I guess you could say that is giving the government more power.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. And I think it's a worthwhile trade off. I think it does enough net good at the expense of minimal loss of freedoms.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly agree.
This is
Yeah, I don't
like,
know. I get most frustrated when you tell me what I'm saying. It's fine to try to point out an inconsistency or something, but it really starts to feel like a fight when it's like when I'm like you're making me just defend myself over and over and like get across like what I'm trying to say. Like I yeah, I don't know. It's confusing. Am I like explaining my views or am I like defending myself? It's just like it's just a fine line where it becomes like a fight. Just
maybe we should have started this by noting that we're kind of coming from polar opposite ends of the political spectrum, and all of the news and information that I'm taking in and all of the news and information that you're taking in probably are not exactly buddies in the
yeah, no,
political
totally.
sphere. So we're trying to do this and bridge a fairly large chasm. So
Yeah,
like the facts that I'm being fed, while they're facts, are at odds with the facts while they're facts that you're being fed, and narratives get spun in my communities and narratives get spun in your communities that are at odds with one another, and
sure.
they're very emotionally charged generally. So
Sure.
while what we're doing here is the pursuit of, I don't know, rational thought, truth, and public good, maybe, if
Sure.
those were three things, what we're trying to get through, and it's not always easy, is like putting our priors aside, not taking certain statements personally, which I know that I've done,
Sure.
and just trying to get to the bottom of like how you and I view things and maybe what we could do
Yeah, I
better
would
as a society.
yeah. And I would take it personally too if like if I had said to you like I don't think you care about human life. I'm pretty sure that's not what I said. And I really think like I was very careful to say like, yeah, like I don't know, we can play the tape back, but like I'm not saying you don't care about human life, and I'm sorry if it came off that way. I think it's something that gets left out of the equation in a lot of people's discussions. And so I'm like saying like, hey, let's make sure we're thinking about like regular people who depend on these things that we're talking about.
I don't want to get fixated on this again, but when you said that to me, and I reluctantly said yes, I saw your face go like register and go like
Oh no, I remember my reaction being like, whoa, like yeah, I don't, yeah, yeah. If anything, I was surprised that you would agree to that.
so it's I didn't like it because I it isn't the full story. It isn't.
Yeah, yeah. I get what you're saying. You think you like libertarians. I don't think they're evil. I think they could create a better world by doing what they're saying. I think you're saying more people could get help. I get it. I don't think you're evil or don't care about people getting help. You're saying more people would get help. And people talk about, hey, cut taxes. Yeah, we won't have Medicaid, but people will use that money and get health treatment and stuff like that. I don't know if you believe that, but I get that libertarians are not just saying let them die and so on. But like you do
With that
have to
question,
account.
it sounds like it.
Okay. Well, you just have to account. You have to account for it, and I didn't hear it accounted for. Like, how are people actually going to be affected if they don't get insurance? How? Yeah, it just seems like a lot of people won't get help they need. So, like, yeah, what do we do? I mean, we talked about drug addicts a lot. I think in our first one of like, yeah, what do they do if they don't have insurance and they're super poor and their family like disown them or something like that, and the church isn't doesn't like them or
Mm-hmm.
something like that? It's just, yeah, I just think those people need to be considered. And I'm sorry if I made it sound like I didn't think you were considering them
I
because I
forgive
definitely
you, and I'll still see you
good.
at all of our high holidays.
Okay, sounds good.
What do you want to talk about next? Are you
I don't know.
exhausted?
The hate speech one sounded cool.
Okay, that is a
Would you
good
say
one.
what is hate speech?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, can I fill up my water and maybe take a
No,
quick
I was
bathroom?
gonna give you something to look up while I went to use the
Oh, well,
bathroom.
we'll just both take a break. We'll come
Okay,
back.
cool.
What do you want me to look up? I'll look it up in
Brandenburg
my
v.
notes.
Ohio.
I don't know that. Okay, let's look it up. What is
Sure.
it?
You want me to put it up on the screen?
Yeah,
Or
pull it
just
up on the screen. That way I don't even have to look it up.
lazy. Have you heard of it before? No.
I think if it comes down to if there were 10 American doctors with 100 patients throughout the world, how do you choose who comes first? What matrix do you use to decide? Well, I'm happy it isn't that case, but I I don't know. I mean, that's not, I don't feel like that's exactly a decision that we have to make, but like, yeah, I guess you would just go one back and forth. I don't know. One American, one foreigner.
Hope the airlines are working that day.
Well,
Um,
yeah, I'm like, what do you know, obviously there's a lot of extenuating circumstances.
could you actually pull it up? You've disabled screen sharing in this call.
Oh, word. Wait, can't you just pull it up on your, like as a window capture or something? Or because you were doing that earlier
Yeah.
when you were,
Uh,
you had a window pulled up earlier. Here, wait, hold on. Okay, I enabled it. Yeah. But you had a window pulled up earlier on your stream.
on my stream, yeah, but oh, you're looking at my stream. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. One sec.
Yeah, no
Okay.
worries.
There we go. I guess you can see it on both now, can't you?
Yeah, now I'm confused, but okay.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, I think I want to just let you read through because I remember this from like middle school when I first read the case.
Okay.
Or I can talk
Um,
through it if you're okay with that.
no, I just think I just messed up the zoom a little bit. Hopefully I didn't.
Oh wow, way to go.
We'll see if it looks normal when we go
Okay.
back to it. Yeah, okay, so Brandenburg landmark decision interpreting the First Amendment, court held that the government cannot punish inflammatory speech unless that speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. The court struck down Ohio's criminal syndicalism statute because
And I'm not while you're just reading through. I don't. This is not something I would personally say, but my co-host of this podcast perhaps would be interested in me saying this. But there are concepts in this and words used that we may or may not be reiterating for purposes of communicating the free speech case that may be considered upsetting to some people. Obviously, as with
okay.
most landmark decisions, they they are on the very edge of legality. That's what makes them landmark decisions. So obviously, you can use that to understand. I'll just go into the background, but it's talking about a KKK leader. So
But I just want to say, like, I don't want to hear anyone say the N word. Just to be clear, I don't want you to say the N word.
Okay, how about reading it?
No.
So
I will quit out
interesting.
immediately if I hear you say the N word.
So
I'm not
people
participating.
can read it on my screen, but if my voice,
it's a Wikipedia article. Yeah, you're a white person, you don't get to say that word.
I'd love to talk about how you feel about that.
Cool.
I would even stop right there before the case and just talk about that.
All right, yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, because I'm not comfortable with you saying the N word.
So.
I guess you're. Oh, okay.
No, I can go back.
Wait, just turn your. Yeah, your video went turned off. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
How do you feel about Huck Finn?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, like it was a white author, right? It was Mark Twain, and he's writing a book. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I don't care. Like, I don't
like it. I mean, geez, I don't like it. I don't like see it and go like, huh, yeah, I get to say it.
Yeah. How do I feel about Huck Finn? How do I feel about it? It's probably a good book that crosses lines that are not okay to cross.
And if you were asked to read it aloud in class,
I would not say the N-word. Yeah, and I don't think teachers should have white kids say the N-word. Maybe they don't even need to be reading Huck Finn. There's other stuff to read, but maybe they definitely don't need to be reading the N-word out loud. Look, I'll just make my argument very clear, and you can tell me what you disagree with. Words are tools. They don't have universal meaning. They have different meaning, depends on who says them. Do you disagree with that? Okay, I'll keep going, and then you can tell me. They have different meanings depending on who says them. This word is invested with generations of oppression. White people cannot say it because it has a very different meaning. When it comes out of a white person's mouth, it's invested with the generations of oppression. When it comes out of a person of color's mouth, especially probably only a black person's mouth, it's extremely different. The word is literally not the same meaning. So because it's not an oppressive word when a black person says it. So that's pretty much my stance. It's extremely clear, very common, but what is your disagreement with that? I mean, like, do you think it doesn't cause harm when a white person says it? Or
I think context, you're omitting context from that, aren't you? You're saying that the only thing that modifies it is the identity of the person saying it?
Yeah, that's a huge deal. Just like gay people can call themselves queers, and they should be able to, no problem at all. But if
You just said that word.
it first of all, they're not equivalent. I would never call
Yeah, but the
like different
concept of using a word, quoting someone else,
okay.
should be totally within bounds.
First of all, different bad words are not equivalent. Second of all, you don't know my sexuality. Do you?
I guess not. No.
No, you don't. But the more important point is like it's not the same, and it would be ridiculous. I'm not going to say the K slur about Jews because personally it feels really bad to say it. Like I one day that might be normalized for Jewish people to say, but it will not be okay for non-Jews to say, unless Jews decide it is. But guess what? African Americans are pretty clear they prefer not to hear a white person say it. Now, it's very different for you to call an African American person the N-word than to read it off a Wikipedia page. But you reading it off a Wikipedia page normalizes it to a slight extent that it's okay for a white person to say it, in my opinion.
That it's okay for a white person to say it when they're quoting a Supreme Court case in which it's about free speech, where you're trying to define what the boundaries are.
So why not say the N-word when you're reading it? Like, why?
Why not say it?
Yeah, why do you need to say the word itself? Why can't you say N-word?
So if I said N-word, that would be cool with you.
Duh, that's obviously
well,
what I'm saying.
Don't duh me. Some of the views that you're putting out there are nuts to me.
What do you think I'm saying? What do you think I'm saying? You can't read anything that includes
I think you're saying that the color of my skin is telling you when I can and can't say another word. Not to mention that you're imbuing an incredible amount of power to racial epithets, but not those of sexual orientation. Why? Why does one get priority over the other?
Because of the history. They're different. They mean different things because of the history. Like, it's not okay to like I'm sorry if I'm not going to say it offended you because I assume it didn't, but like if it offended like anyone who's and has any sexuality to hear me say that, like I would genuinely apologize. I don't necessarily think it's even remotely similar, and most people I talk to don't either, because of the history of oppression against African Americans in the United States. Like, as bad as everything has been for LGBTQ people, it's not the same. They weren't born into slavery. It's not the same. So it's a word that was literally used to hold people in chains. Like you cannot take it away from that.
It was figuratively used to hold people in chains. The word itself was not used.
Literally associated, couldn't be more directly associated though. So like, yeah, okay, literally not. But like it could not be more closely associated. If you think I'm saying like the color of your skin, it's like, yeah, the color of your skin, man. As a white person, you're not allowed to say the N-word. Does that bother you?
I think you're wrong. I mean, I don't bother me. Yeah, I guess it bothers me. You're not what?
On what basis am I wrong? How am I wrong about this?
Okay.
There are so many people who agree with me.
I did. You're trying to build a consensus by saying other people agree with you. Yeah, plenty of people agree with me. So what? That doesn't make my argument good and yours bad.
Well, let's get the people who agree with you in a room, and let's get the people who agree with me in a room, and see which room you want to hang out in. And if you really want to hang out in the room that you're putting yourself in with these sort of views, have a good time.
Are you making a legal argument or no? Like, so, how about legally? Let's start there. Let's see exactly where we diverge.
Yeah, it's the same thing, because legally, I think the laws should prohibit hate speech, and I think that this falls into hate speech. Again, yeah, I look forward to looking at the case, but like, it's hate speech because it's considered hate speech. Like, there's many people who view it as hate speech. Who decides? Where would you draw the line between? Women have always been treated and abused for centuries that should all the derogatory words used towards women be banned. No, the derogatory words used towards women shouldn't be banned. And guess what? I'm not banning anything. I told my friend here, I'm quitting the stream if he says the word. Is that canceling him? Is that limiting his free speech? No, it's actually not. It's saying, I don't want to associate with you if you say that word.
Yeah, of course. I didn't say that. While I think that what you're alleging is preposterous, I did not in any way say that that was a violation of my free speech.
I was just responding to the chat person. But why do you think what I'm saying is preposterous?
We were almost about to talk about the legality of it. Can we
I'm
start
sorry. My
with...
point is the legality, the laws should limit, look, should words used towards women be banned? I don't know. Do women want them to? They don't sound like they do. Like, but if you say bitch, or if you say like other words, like, you may lose your job in the wrong context, like, because it is offensive, but it's probably not the same as hate speech. There's obviously a lot of gradients. I do think the laws should prevent people from abusing each other verbally. And I think there's a line where it becomes verbal abuse. So yeah, I think like goes back to misgendering. Like if you're actively doing it intentionally to harm someone, yeah, that should be something the law protects people from. Yeah, do you know what it's like for an African American to be called the N-word? You can't find an adult African American who has not been called the N-word. And do you know what that's like? Like, you know, like you do. You're an extremely smart person. You know what they hear that as. They hear it as, get in your place, we oppressed you, and we're going to keep oppressing you. So that
what do they hear when other black people say it?
Well, obviously there are many different contexts, but my white person understanding would be a lot of times it means man or bro. I mean, it literally means a different thing. It's like, hey, bro. Like it's...
Yeah. How can a word have such two opposing meanings? Isn't that interesting just like analytically of language? Isn't that odd? It's interesting at the very least.
It's extremely interesting. It's extremely interesting. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say they're opposing. I would just say they're different. I mean, there are probably words that have literally opposing. Right. Wait, what's
literally and literally have opposing
literally,
meanings.
And there's another good one that can have the opposite meaning. Anyways, yeah, but yeah, how can a word have such vastly different meanings? Because it's used in such vastly different ways. Doesn't it make sense that like African Americans as a group would like develop their own way of communicating with each other when they're held down for generations? Like
it was called Creole, and it existed. It was a mixture of French. I mean, you know this better than I do.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't know that Creole would sum it up for all.
No, but it's an example.
Yeah. It's an example of it. Absolutely. Yeah. And like, yeah, I don't know enough history to be able to explain what that is. But yeah, exactly. But like, right, it makes sense that you put a community together and they develop their own way of communicating with each other, and words change their meaning. Of course it does. Like, we don't have to argue. Like, and this is where appealing to consensus is totally legitimate. Like, words get their meaning because of consensus, because of what people understand them to mean. So I don't need to sit here and say, but yeah.
I agree with you that words get their meaning from consensus. Of course they do. Look at how the word literally has changed over the last 15 or so years. It didn't used to mean figuratively. Now it also means figuratively.
Yeah, now it literally means figuratively.
We do have to disagree on this, though, unfortunately, because I'm not arguing that words don't change meaning. Of course they do. Language is transient, no doubt. I'm making a legal argument before even talking about whether or not quoting something on, in that context that you originally raised your hand was like, hold on.
Yeah, do it when someone else is on your stream, man. I'm not... Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
Don't you think I respect you enough that I'm gonna at least hold to your wishes? Like.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make the point. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I want to talk about the very narrow legal case first, and see if we disagree on that at all. And if we don't, I want to see where we disagree. Like, keep going until we.
Yeah. Before we look at the case, can I ask what's your view about like the government's role with hate speech? Because I feel like I told you mine, but I didn't hear yours.
I think that Brandenburg v. Ohio is probably they got it really right example of speech. I think they define speech quite well.
Can you just tell me, like, in words, though, what your view is about how the
Yeah,
government should act?
if you're imminently inciting violence is where your speech ends.
Okay,
Because you
obviously
can
there's a subjective aspect to that,
directly, yeah, it's subjective, but
but it's for the courts to decide. Yeah,
that's
yeah, okay,
correct.
yeah,
That's correct.
yeah,
But when you
yeah,
narrowly define it like that, you then have a prosecution make an argument. Uh, I mean, shit, like even murder has a really narrow definition that's
yeah,
subjective, and you have a
yeah. Street,
prosecution try to prove that elements were met. That's kind of how
yeah,
law works. It's
yeah, yeah,
not
yeah,
as
yeah.
easy as
Totally,
like the sun was
totally,
out today or it wasn't. Well, there was cloud
totally,
cover. Like you can't
totally,
really.
totally.
So,
Yeah.
okay, I think if you can prove that someone imminently, the speech that someone chose to freely iterate and they weren't under duress, and that speech directly led to violence, that person was not allowed to say that.
Oh,
If
so
you
you're
can't
just
prove that,
talking,
yeah, what?
and you're just talking about the government, like the state specifically. You're not.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Specifically the state. This is the part
Yeah.
where I would imagine we agree the most on. And then as we get
Yeah.
towards what should people be okay with other people saying, what should people lose their jobs over, that's where we're going to diverge more and more. But I want to at least start from the
Yeah.
point of common ground and see where we agree before finding out where we don't agree. Because I am
Sure.
100% sure that we disagree at some point on this.
Sure. Sure. Yeah.
So what do you, maybe we go through the case now?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Let me share.
Thanks. Thanks, people, for watching
You
and chatting.
you disabled, by the way.
Oh, I'm
Again.
sorry. Okay.
So
go for it.
you're restricting my speech. Okay, so a KKK leader in Ohio invited a reporter to come cover the rally. This was in 1964. They were doing regular old KKK things. Is how I would characterize this.
Mm-hmm.
They were saying nasty things. They were burning crosses. They were carrying firearms, although, I mean, I don't think that that's a nasty thing. But in the context of a KKK
Sure.
rally, I think that's a nasty thing.
Sure.
Support claim that our president or Congress suppresses the white man or Caucasian race. Good victim complex there. Go you KKK. And in another speech, expulsion of African American. Okay, get rid of African American people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Just your classic stuff you
criminal-
find on YouTube.
yeah, the good old Jordan Peterson like maps of meaning lectures.
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to say. I'm not trying to say.
I
More like-
read this
more
and I'm like,
a-
oh yeah, I saw that the other day on Kathy Newman.
No. But yeah, that is like, there's a big like white genocide, white replacement thing that people talk.
Oh, the victim complex of white America are very real.
Yeah, and globally. But okay, yeah. So I get okay. So he was charged with speech.
Yeah, so Ohio said you can't do this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So they used the precedence of Red Scare, so communism,
Mm-hmm.
and this was the specific statute, or this was their rationale prescribed, advocating the duty, necessity, or propriety of crime, sabotage, violence, or unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform. Okay.
Yeah.
So he was fined $1,000 and he was sentenced to 1 to 10 years in prison. So he appealed and the First District Court of Ohio rejected his claim. And then the Supreme Court dismissed his appeal without opinion. So he appealed, I guess, more than once. So Ohio's First District Court and then the Supreme Court of Ohio. And neither saw his case. So kind of interesting. Ohio was saying it was not having it. They, you with me? Can I keep going?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I see how it ends, huh? The U.S. reversed it.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Classic.
So obviously we can't go through the entire thing. I mean, we could, but
Yeah.
The summary, which I'll go to at the top really quick. The holding was that Ohio's criminal syndicalism
Yeah.
statute violated the First Amendment as applied to the state through the 14th because it broadly prohibited the mere advocacy of violence rather than the constitutionally unprotected incitement to imminent lawless action. So the incitement of imminent lawless action is what is not protected by the Constitution.
Yeah. And so wait, hold on. Go back up a
Yeah,
little bit.
sure.
Or, so there's a big difference. Oh wait, go back down. Sorry. There's a big difference between
Advocacy of violence.
advocacy of violence
Yes.
and incitement of
Yes.
imminent.
This is the
If we
difference.
can,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
well, if we can replace imminent lawless action with violence, because that is lawless action, and that's what was the case here, then we're just talking about a difference between advocacy and incitement.
I think so. Yeah.
But you don't think he was inciting? I mean, what, you have to look at the words and see whether the person was saying, go do this, or
Imminent.
this is a good idea?
Imminent is a really important modifier there. So, like, raising the temperature of political discourse or generating hatred towards a group or spreading ideas that are likely to cause harm, none of those meet the standard. One must prove that your speech created imminent lawless action. For example, I'm standing in an angry mob and I point over at the police and I say, "Let's go get him." That would be an example of inciting imminent lawless action. Whereas saying, "Fuck the police, they deserve to die," from behind a podcast microphone is not inciting imminent lawless action. It's simply expressing a sentiment that is pretty fucking dark and yeah, but not imminent.
That's interesting. Yeah. I don't know. I guess so. What if you say like, so you have to literally look at the words they say. What did he say?
Yeah, I'll go back to it.
Oh yeah.
So there's just some quotes there, but
yeah. So
let me see if
I mean, I don't want to try to like rule on the case. Obviously, I don't know as much as the legal professionals. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I wouldn't say this applies to how I interpreted like the topic of like what is hate speech. Just to say, like, I just want to mention that because like what is incitement of violence? I think hate speech has a broader definition than incitement of violence.
Yeah, I just said hate speech is like, let's talk about that topic. I think hate speech is different.
Yeah, I guess what I would also say is like, I think there are laws that should protect vulnerable populations from verbal abuse that may not be literally protecting them from hate speech, like the misgendering laws and stuff. Like, I mean, I would sort of call it hate speech, but I could see how people would say, "Oh, it's not. You're not inciting violence when you won't call someone by their pronouns and stuff."
There's a big difference in law, and maybe to those of you that have never read like a SCOTUS blog or something, this is gonna sound pretty esoteric and like, the hell are you guys even talking about? But there's a very big difference between hate speech and hateful speech. They're not the same thing. Specifically in a legal context, if you're talking to someone in like a conversation, for all intents and purposes, they're the same thing. But in a legal context where we have to be very careful about the words we use and what they mean, hate and hateful are not the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to change the subject, so we don't have to go there, but I know when we were talking about cancel culture in the first episode, I think you brought up Gina Carano. And like, I thought the meme she shared was pretty anti-Semitic. Just it makes me think of it with the like talk about the KKK and stuff. I don't know if you saw like when you when you looked into that, did you see what she was actually posting? And again, I don't mean to change the subject. I was just thinking of you earlier when I was watching something talking about her
Oh, don't
and
think
wondering
about
if
me
you
when
had.
you think of Gina Carano.
I just thought you had mentioned her, and I was like, oh, I
I
wonder
think
if
I
he
did.
actually saw what she posted because you're obviously Jewish, and I know you don't want
I didn't.
anti-Semitic.
I'd appreciate if you wouldn't use epithets in the stream.
What, Jewish?
Have you ever seen that
I'm
Louis
sorry.
C.K. skit on like on Jewish? No.
What?
It's the difference between calling someone a Jew and calling someone a Jew. He like
Yeah,
talks
yeah.
about how like you can say something with a stank and like
Yeah, but
change the
like
meaning.
non-Jewish people, in my opinion, should not use the word Jew. I don't think a non-Jewish person should say, "Yeah, I was hanging out with him. He's a Jew." I don't think they should say that. I
I
think they should
mean,
say he's Jewish.
it's maybe a little bit off color and like bad
I'm
form to
not saying it
label
should be
someone like
illegal.
what? No, I know, but
I'm
like
not saying it should be illegal. Yeah.
it's not a good way to go about doing something. Like I would I don't want to risk invoking what you were saying earlier, but labeling someone as a one word identity group generally is bad form. Like,
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, the thing she posted, if I remember correctly, it was like this, just these like global leaders, this cabal of people with like, and it was all about how they're like looking after. I think a few of them had like crooked noses and stuff like that, or if I'm remembering correctly, that's obviously the biggest anti-Semitic trope. I mean, if I say to a crowd that we wait for 3 days and then break down the Capitol gates, is that defined as imminent? Yeah, that's what I was wondering too. Like, like what is imminent? Like, you probably know more about this than me. Like, is it, you know?
it's been a long time, man. Uh,
Yeah,
I would assume there's some sort of like time dependency component on it. If I said like 4,000 years from now we must storm the
yeah,
Capitol, something's gonna tell me
yeah,
that's not imminent. But if
yeah,
it's 2 hours from now, that's imminent. So I don't
yeah.
know. It's actually
Heard
a
that
good
one.
question.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Steven. Yeah, I don't know who you are, but yeah, very good
Yeah,
question. Yeah.
yeah, nice, really nice. I like it.
Yeah, very nice, very thoughtful. Thank you. Um, yeah, man, I guess so. Yeah, so when you say let's talk about hate speech, like I don't know what opinion to throw at you. I don't know what we're saying exactly, or
I think that
but
we pretty clearly dis- disagree on it.
okay.
I think that you're okay with criminalizing certain aspects. So the first thing when I first brought up the case, you there was something you didn't want me to say.
Yeah.
Criminalize that or
I
no?
don't think that should be illegal for white people to say. I do not. Let me
Okay.
be very
You just
clear.
think it should be
Yeah.
really bad for people to say that?
No, I personally do not want to associate with it. It's not that it should be really bad. I view it as really bad. So I don't want to associate with anyone saying it. And like it to me reflects like really, really poor judgment and lack of familiarity with African American people. But like, no, I do not want the government to punish white people for saying the N word. That's not what the role of government in my mind. Yeah. I think if you're saying it to a black person, they probably have a pretty good case for you like harassing them. And I don't know what the laws are around that, but that's obviously abuse, verbal abuse. So I don't know what laws are about that. But I certainly think like should there be laws that like punish white people for walking up to a black person and calling them the N word? Are there laws that punish that? I don't even know.
No.
Like, okay,
No.
okay,
There aren't. I mean, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. There's like the legal argument of no, you wouldn't get punished for that. And then there's like the common sense argument of maybe you shouldn't walk around saying inflammatory things to people that you know are going to hurt their feelings.
well, here's a question since we're talking about legality. Like, if a white person walks up to an African American and calls them the N word, says other hateful stuff, and then the African American person just like punches them in the face, which I would say is completely justified and reasonable. Do you think the law would agree with me, or would they?
No,
Are you
I
sure?
know the law wouldn't agree with you. I'm quite sure of that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sure you're right. Yeah.
Yep. But, like court of public opinion, who's going to blame the guy?
No, 100%. And most things I don't. It's not about what the state thinks. It's about what other institutions think.
They this is a sentiment I see on Reddit pretty often. Maybe you do too, maybe you don't. This like punch a Nazi um idea. You've said it a number of times, so I guess there's no hiding my Jewry anymore. But I'm a Jew, and I don't have any. I don't have any love for that argument of punch a Nazi. I think it is, well, it's gross to say the least, or misguided to say the least, and dangerous at the very worst. Um, it's not because I have any love for Nazis or neo Nazis or anyone who aligns with that ideology. And most of my being, if I were to like separate it into like the emotional aspect of myself and the intelligent aspect of myself, the emotional aspect of me is very satisfied by that. It gives me a good sense of justice. I look at it and I feel good. It's like, oh, like all's right with the world. There's like this sense of karma essentially. But the rational aspect of myself, which is how we ought to govern a society, which is what the rule of law is supposed to be. It's supposed to remove that emotional bias and impart justice in a fair way. That is at odds with that. And thankfully, where those two are at odds, I think I have presence of mind to say, I'm going to let the rational side win, because I don't want to live in a society where whatever feels good is what we're doing. That doesn't seem like a good standard to apply. So, other than the problematic aspects of like who's a Nazi, that guy. I don't like him.
Yeah.
He made me feel real bad. But he's not wearing a swastika. Yeah, but like he's not a nice guy.
Okay, but people should not have to be wearing a swastika to be a Nazi. I mean, that's absolutely just not okay. That can't be the standard. People are way smarter than that.
No, wait, wait,
There are a
wait,
lot.
wait. What do you mean?
There are a lot of Nazis who do not wear
Yeah, of
swastikas.
course. Yeah, look at the
And
brown
like,
shirts, for example.
yeah,
Brown shirt
yeah.
skinheads.
I wanted to ask this like the other day. Like, do you view there to be a problem with white supremacy and
Yes.
Nazis? And okay, yeah, in the United States. And so on.
I mean, in that like white supremacy is a problem. I guess expand on that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying like, do you think white supremacy is bad? I'm saying like, do you think there currently is a problem with white supremacy and Nazis? Like,
Uh, yeah. I mean, I don't. I
like,
don't.
do you see like parallels between the Proud Boys at all and Nazis or white supremacy?
Parallels. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, I was just curious how you view that.
Nazis, not as much. I see more parallels
Okay,
between the Proud Boys and the KKK, I would say. Like, I wouldn't
sure.
say the KKK and the Nazis were the same thing.
Sure, they
Um,
wouldn't have minded each other too much, I'm sure. But
you sure about
I mean,
that?
the thing we just read,
KKK
he
is
was
pretty
saying the
Catholic.
Jews.
And Protestant,
Sure, sure.
well,
Exclusive people will always find other people to hate and so on. But yeah, like, I mean, in the thing we just read, they were like saying all this stuff about Jews. I think that would have been pretty cool, the Nazis. I mean, but,
just be I mean, this is I think a common theme we're probably going to keep coming back to, but just because they agree on the same end results and those results look alike does not mean that they
sure,
arrived at those results with the same
sure,
mechanisms. So
sure.
maybe you see it as a meaningless distinction, and most people probably would, but I think the Proud
No,
Boys are much closer to the KKK than the Nazis. And
yeah, I
all
don't.
three of those groups are
Yeah,
not ones that I'm looking to spend my free time with anytime soon.
yeah. I don't even care about the distinction. I've never even thought about a distinction between the KKK and the Nazis. Like, it's just a matter of organization. I don't. I mean, their views. I'm not going to say like one was less oppressive to minority groups or more
They're
oppressive.
different, though. They're
Yeah,
different.
they are. They're very different. But
The ideologies that they operated under were different.
okay, so Nazis viewed the Jews as in control of like like a lot of large parts of the world and so on, and being sort of this intrusive force in the world. How did the KKK view them?
Jewish people? I don't.
Yeah, I just didn't know there were like various ways to be like terribly anti-Semitic. I didn't realize they were that different. Well, then we're getting off track, but yeah, I was curious if there is a big difference. I didn't
I
know it.
think there's some nuance. I would try to. Maybe I won't answer that directly, because I don't. I don't really think I'm the best progenitor of the KKK's feelings about Jewish people, other than I know they don't like them very much.
Sure. Not a fan.
What drives the KKK, I think, is like a fear-based, nationalistic sense of like they don't belong here. Maybe like us, not them. I don't know if I were
Sounds
to try
pretty
to
familiar.
characterize it.
I mean, it sounds pretty similar to Nazis, but yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think there are parallels for sure. But
Sure, yeah.
but I think what truly drove the Nazis, this disgust mechanism a mechanism of disgust and purification, extreme economic poverty at the national level, and
And just a history of anti-Semitism. I mean, it was very, very pronounced
yeah,
in Europe.
I'm not saying that didn't exist as well.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
I know.
trying to draw nuance
Yeah.
where the big picture is they're mostly the same. But
Yeah, I
where
get
they
that.
are different is kind of interesting. I mean, it's not
Okay,
really
yeah.
that interesting to me to say like they were bad and both hated Jews.
Yeah.
No
No,
shit.
yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that they're super different.
Because
Yeah.
it's interesting to talk about how those sorts of groups can and will rise again, and how to be ready
Yeah.
for them when they do.
Yeah. I don't necessarily need the government to be like stopping people from saying hateful stuff. Like that's not necessarily the best way to do things anyways, but like yeah, I just want people to be more aware of what the threats are to vulnerable people. And when there's a big group like the Proud Boys taking pride in just being a bunch of white dudes, and there's obviously people of color, but like they're proud about their Western heritage, which is like coded for being white. It lends itself to a lot of speech that ultimately leads to violence, and they're actually a huge cause of violence. The Proud Boys, I mean, they did create a lot of violence, and they will continue probably. But like, it's a very good question. Like, what role does the government have in stopping hateful groups from becoming violent groups and so on? But yeah, ideally, it wouldn't be the government at all. It would be just people.
Yeah, that would be ideal.
Yeah.
Government as a last resort is maybe I need that as a bumper sticker or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, whatever. If they do it well, fine. But like, I don't think that could necessarily be done well by the government. But yeah, I mean, I do think like if you look at like Bill C-16 and stuff like that, that's not about hate speech, right? Like that's different. Like, that's not a hate speech like that type of stuff, right?
Yeah, it's protected class legislation.
Yeah.
It's not specifically about speech, and I don't want to get into it again, but the arguments against it are that it implicates freedom of speech indirectly.
Right.
Not that it's not explicitly a hate speech bill.
Right, it's not a hate speech bill. So like I definitely think there should be legislation that protects certain groups from
That's what I want to
hateful speech, I guess. But yeah,
okay, I disagree with you on that. But you said vulnerable people. Let's talk about what you just said next.
Yeah.
But you said protecting vulnerable people. It's a bad metric to use, I think, because anyone can self-identify as vulnerable. And you bet that the KKK, the members of the KKK, as well as the Proud Boys, see themselves as victims.
Yeah. I'm sure.
They do.
No, but it's not about who self-identifies. I mean, we have legislators to come up with legislation based on more knowledge, and our
legislators are not very good at legislating.
Well, they're better than groups at identifying themselves. And I think the legislators do a good job when they look at violence against trans people and say, hey, maybe we should and could do something about that. So I think the legislators can say, hey, that's a vulnerable group, better than like random groups can say it about themselves. And someone's got to say it. So yeah, I don't, yeah, I, someone's got to say it. Legislators don't make it up. I mean, they get it from the culture and from professionals. I'm sure they have psychologists testifying and all kinds of stuff like that. But yeah, I do think there are. So I guess, do you think there are groups that are more vulnerable than others? You just find it hard to figure out who they
I
are,
think I
or
want you to define vulnerable more before I answer that question. Is that okay?
at risk of violence?
At
At risk
risk of violence from others or from themselves?
at risk of violence from others. Yeah.
So vulnerable you would define as at risk of violence from others.
Yeah.
Disproportionately at risk of violence from
Totally.
others?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so ask your first question again. Do I think that there are?
Yeah. Like, um, yeah. I guess I'm just wondering, do you like view there as being vulnerable groups?
Well,
It's not clear where your disagreement is.
statistically, certain groups are more likely to have violence committed against them than others. So, by that narrow definition that we chose, yes. And I
Sure.
think that the largest group that I can draw right now would probably be women.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think should be done about that?
Figure out how to make our society reward men for protecting women.
Okay. So you want to put it, okay. How do you do
And I don't mean
that?
like a bounty system. I mean like um ultimately I think the way to protect, get people who are not vulnerable or less vulnerable to feel personally invested in protecting the vulnerable as a general statement. Um
Yeah.
do you take exception to that?
No, I just wonder about like the root of the problem, like the people doing the attacking in the first place. I don't have the solution to violence against women, but it's one thing to like help men be, more protective and stuff, but it's like, that's certainly not a perfect solution. You just have more assault between men, essentially.
I
But
didn't purport to have a perfect solution. I
no,
really
no,
don't think I
I
do.
no, I totally get that. Yeah.
There
But yeah,
there
I mean, women are certainly, yeah, a vulnerable group, and that's why we have, some domestic violence legislation, stuff like that.
can I ask you? I mean, you certainly professionally see this kind of stuff at least from time to time, but I'd guess often. What you're something of an expert in the field, so what would you propose could be done to try to reduce domestic violence, reduce the harm being done?
Yeah, and I guess I guess the first thing to come to mind is like limiting people who have been charged with domestic violence or convicted. I don't know which would be better from owning a gun. That would seem to me to be pretty
I
good.
don't have a problem with that. You have my signature.
That doesn't step on the shall not infringe thing, or
Yeah, it does. That's an example of where I'm okay with getting rid of it. My
excellent.
general libertarian philosophy, since we've arrived at that train station, is that you have as much freedom as you want until you begin to infringe on someone else's freedom.
Mm,
If
yeah,
you're beating someone else or
yeah,
abusing them,
yeah,
you've sufficiently infringed on someone else's freedom and you're not
yeah,
entitled to all of yours anymore. That
yeah.
seems totally reasonable to me.
Yeah, it's such a massive problem, violence against women, that it requires such a broad set of like improvements. I think like a lot of the discourse around toxic masculinity is really helpful. I work with a lot of men who like have over the last few years gained a lot of awareness, not from me, from their own lives, gained a lot of awareness of like aspects in themselves and in other men that are toxic, not being able to deal with feelings, not being able to talk about feelings, thinking you should not supposed to have feelings, thinking feelings are for girls and stuff, thinking women are, just like to be dominated and stuff. Like that's a really common view. Like it sucks. It's super common. Like, go on certain subreddits and it's just what everybody's talking about. Like women just need to be led and told what to do and so on. And so I think like a lot of the discourse around toxic masculinity really helps men find a role for themselves that is like comfortable. Like Ron Swanson is like a really good example of like a non-toxic man. He's like very respectful, but he also has a lot of the positive traits of being a man. So I think the conversation around toxic masculinity has helped and will continue to help because it helps people realize like here's the good parts of being a man, here's the bad parts of being a man. I don't have to dominate women to be a man and so on. I can just be responsible and take care of my business and be mature, and that's what it means to be a man. For me, it's been a huge realization to separate, like to understand masculinity as what separates a man from a boy rather than what separates a man from a woman. I find that to be like a much healthier way to view it. So yeah, I mean that's one thing, but yeah, there's so I guess legal stuff, psychological stuff, the media, like more positive portrayals of men and women interacting. Obviously, most of the violence against women is from men, I'm sure. So um, but yeah, education systems, people have to teach their kids certain things. There's going to be a lot of sexist people no matter what you do, but you can decrease it a little bit. So.
I, there's one thing I think that stuck out to me more than the others, but are you telling me that there are people that you've treated or spent time around that otherwise would have been violent towards women, but because you've
Oh
given
yeah,
them a
that's not.
framework to think of their own behavior through toxic masculinity, that they've
Oh yeah, I
reassessed
wish.
it and they're like,
I wish
ah,
I could be
I'm
that
not going to
good.
do that anymore.
Yeah, I wish I could be that good. No, I just mean like men I've worked with who like have expressed to me, and I can see it, like how much they've learned about their own masculinity in the last few years and how to be, I guess, an unconventional man. So no, I'm not saying necessarily that I'm personally aware of like situations where, this sort of awareness has prevented violence, but it to me it's just very logical to say men finding like a healthy role for themselves, especially heterosexual men, in relation to women, learning to express their own feelings, learning to have equal relationships with women rather than like dominating relationships, that's helpful. But no, I don't personally have experience like helping a man not be violent towards women. Some psychologists do. I've heard of psychologists who work and lead groups for men who have been convicted of domestic violence. That exists. Obviously a man is convicted of domestic violence is often sentenced as part of his sentence to therapy, and sometimes that's group therapy. So I think that's really great, and those people would have a lot more to say about it. But I don't think men are inherently toxic or dominating or anything like that. I just think we're socialized to think we have the right to tell women what to do, and yeah,
I maybe I don't want to spend that much time on it, but
yeah, yeah,
the toxic masculinity is clearly a very front and center phrase nowadays.
yeah,
I'm curious what that means to you. Could
yeah.
you
It
help
just to
define
me,
it more?
yeah, yeah. Like the definitely like to me, toxic masculinity, first of all, it's just very much, it's not calling masculinity toxic at all. It's just the toxic aspects of masculinity as we currently understand it. And those aspects I would see as, like I said, not being in touch with your emotions, thinking you're supposed to push emotions down, be a man. Like if you think of the situations where people say be a man, some of them I would be like, awesome, you're telling someone to rise to the occasion. Other ones, it's pretty clear people are saying, don't feel your feelings, just be a man. And I think that's super damaging. I think it's like literally toxic
I
to
have
the person.
I have two questions about that. I'm
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah.
what does toxic femininity look like? And do trans people exhibit what they this the toxic aspect of their sex, their born sex, or their gender, typically
I
from
mean,
what
I
you've
would assume
seen?
it's gender. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like toxic femininity is not a phrase I'm familiar with. Like
I've
I
never
don't
heard it said before. I'm just thinking
yeah,
about
I
it
wouldn't
now.
think yeah, I wouldn't think it makes sense to talk about like maybe some women talk about that, but like I wouldn't necessarily like well, I guess it would be the opposite. It would be like learned helplessness instead of learned dominance or something like that. It would be if women like learn, hey, my feminine role is to submit to men. I would say that's toxic femininity. And I mean toxic not just in hurting other people, but hurting yourself too. So, like anything that sort of holds you back in a significant way because of how you understand your gender, I would say that's pretty toxic. So, yeah, anything that's sort of the other side of how men are affected, like, like men, toxic masculinity, I'm supposed to dominate women, women, toxic femininity, if we want to call it that, I'm supposed to be dominated by a man. I would say that's pretty
It just
toxic.
sounds like toxic relationships to me, though, because what's
Yeah, I
interesting
mean,
is it only exists, as you've defined it, in a framework as it relates to, just in the framework that you've defined it, a heterosexual relationship, a monogamous heterosexual relationship.
oh, no, no, no. I don't mean to say that at all. Like you could have two gay men in a relationship and they could both have toxic masculine traits and or one of them could more than the other. I don't know, that's extremely possible and conceivable. I yeah. I I mean like it's all about the trait. And that, a man could have it not in isolation, but like, you're sitting home alone, you could be expressing some of those same traits like pushing down your feelings. But is alcoholism more common for men? If it is, I would imagine, stuff is like similar. Men, take out their emotions, they externalize them.
Yeah.
Women tend to internalize their emotions. I think that's toxic
That's
for
why you
both
beat
people.
people up. Men will beat people up. Women will cut themselves. That like it
Yeah, yeah,
manifests in
yeah,
different ways.
yeah, or just internalize like all the blame and shame and stuff. So yeah, I think that's all very toxic. I don't necessarily think it makes sense to use the phrase toxic femininity, but I understand people feel that way about toxic masculinity. It doesn't have to be a phrase you buy into, but I think it's the idea that matters. And as far as trans people, that's a what is it called? Empirical question. I don't really know the answer to. It's a good question. Yeah, do trans people
I asked it
express?
because I think it gets it. What I see a lot of your points being made at is through the framework of socialization. I find it
Yeah,
curious. It's like, what would a trans person exhibit if they were exhibiting a toxic set of traits? Would it be the learned behavior of? Yeah, it's just I
it
find it
would probably
interesting.
be a it would probably be obviously you're
A mix
transitioning, so you're
or
going from one gender to the other. It makes sense that it would be a little of one and then a little of the other, and you would transition more to the other. But yeah, I see no reason why it would be really any different. I mean,
can you
like I could
trace?
imagine.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I
No,
thought you
no,
were
no,
done.
no. It's all good. No, but
I think the last thing I want to say about like toxic masculinity is that it's when I hear it, I have like this knee jerk response to it of like shut the fuck up already.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
basically how it makes me feel.
yeah,
Because I've seen it conflated. I think it's done bad branding. Um,
yeah, yeah.
I see it conflated with a lot of good masculine traits that I think are really
Really?
important to building a society. Yeah, I do.
Like what?
Um,
Because I get why that would be, yeah, totally different meaning of the term.
like I think that, for example, like a man being willing or able to take control of any situation or a given situation isn't
Yeah,
inherently a
yeah.
bad thing. When
Ah,
it's
yeah.
used to harm another person, it's a bad thing. But when it's
Right,
used to
right.
help another person, it's not a bad thing.
No, no, no,
It's like, for
no.
example, like let's say there was a car crash for an example, and a man steps in and is super helpful because that's this behavior he's socialized to be like, oh, you have to step up and take charge of a situation. That's a
No
good
one
thing.
who calls that toxic masculinity. That would be so dumb.
I
That
don't
would
know,
be
dude. People
so.
call it toxic masculinity for me to spread my legs beyond parallel when I'm sitting
That's
down.
first of all, that's most people like on the left don't think that very much or like make a big deal out of that spreading thing. I think that was
Is
like a
that like a
BuzzFeed.
Tumblr
Yeah, it was
microcosm?
yeah, it was like a thing. But like I mean, it's worth thinking about how men feel entitled to take up more space. I think it's worth thinking about. It doesn't make you like an evil person.
Like
But
the
it's
way my
like
spine chose to make me take up more space than someone else's smaller spine.
obviously I'm not talking about that. But if it's excessive to a certain extent. But yeah, no, like I do think it sort of does have bad branding. Like I mean it should be called like toxic aspects of masculinity, I think. Because it's not it sounds like you're calling masculinity toxic.
I
Like
suppose I just don't see it as
or it should be called toxic aspects of how we're socialized to learn to be masculine.
I see it as toxic behavior. I
Sure.
personally don't see the need to assign masculine or fem. I don't see the need to gender that word of toxicity.
But you do understand, as from our previous conversations, I would assume you understand there to be significant differences between men and women, both biologically and socially.
Yeah, I would say that those toxic behaviors are heavily bimodal and more prevalent in one gender than another.
Men.
No, like the toxic behaviors that you talked about for
Yeah,
men
yeah,
are more prevalent in men, but
yeah,
not
yeah, yeah.
exclusive to men. And the
That's
toxic
yeah.
behaviors that you described in women are more
Oh,
prevalent in women, but not
one.
exclusive to women.
That's exactly how I understand toxic masculinity. And I would never say a woman can't have the same toxic traits that I'm calling toxic
I think we have some
masculinity.
common ground here. I think we might have found
Yeah, like
something where we don't viscerally disagree.
and just to bring it to the word patriarchy, like i I understand that like very similarly because it's like men viewing that as like that as their role is to be like the head of the sort of the thing, and it's great for a man to be the head of a household and so on, support his family, but it could also be bad. It could be like I get to make all the decisions or something like that. So like patriarchy is another word where it has this very like knee jerk negative reaction from a lot of people because it sounds like you're saying like men shouldn't be in control at all, but it's more like men shouldn't be in control to the extent they are and have been.
I have a
Or like,
question for you. It's a little cheeky, but
okay,
not too bad. If you were on a date with a girl, would you hold the door for her?
sure, I hold the door for people all the time, but I also do it for men. And like, yeah,
Would
yeah,
you expect a girl to hold a door for you on a date?
I wouldn't expect it. No.
I think,
And to be honest, I wouldn't personally want to date a woman who like expected me to hold the door and
yeah, no,
expected flowers
me neither.
because I don't. Yeah,
But
but
also,
that's
I
not
want
because like
to.
yeah, like it's nice to be hopeful. It feels good. But like I'm not a big fan of traditional gender roles. So I know like I kind of had a crush on a friend of a friend like a year or two ago. And my friend told me, yeah, like she's the kind of person like you really have to like get her roses and stuff. And I'm like, oh, it's never gonna happen. Because it's like I like doing those things, but if someone really expects it and needs it, I know I'm
It's
not
not
gonna
going to work, yeah.
yeah, I'm not going to be the right person for them because it's not my thing. But I respect people who want to have traditional gender role relationships. I have no problem with that. But yeah,
Which is, it's worth at least talking about, I think. Like, just the holding the door thing. There are plenty of examples
yeah,
like that, but I think if I were to give credence to the term toxic masculinity, it's like it's good masculinity or just masculinity turned up to 10.
sure.
And it's the, like
Sure.
in the holding the door example, it's I want to feel helpful and I want her to know
Yeah,
that I'm helping her because that's a good feeling versus she's completely unable to help herself and I have to do
right,
everything for her.
right,
That would
right,
be
right.
it's the same trajectory, just one
Sure.
of them is like way off the deep end and the other one is
Yeah.
reasonable.
As we get to with a lot of things, there's like a quantitative aspect where it becomes something else almost. But yeah, anyone who says a man holding a door for a woman is toxic masculinity is completely exaggerating. That's
Can I
ridiculous.
make
Yeah.
a prediction?
Sure.
I think that that'll become pretty regular in our discourse over the next couple of years.
I think you're wrong. It's not, it feels like we've already passed that point and we're like becoming more like aware of what it actually means rather than just like exaggerating it to mean other stuff. Why assume it's gonna be exaggerated and blown out of proportion?
I think I'm witnessing a trend. I'm trying to plot the data points as I see them, and that's the next data, or one of the next data points that I see on the trend.
When have you ever seen someone say that a man holding a door for a woman is toxic masculinity?
I guess I haven't.
Okay, but
Maybe I
something
have.
similar, because that's like pretty far out. I mean, I'm pretty steeped in like leftist, like social justice stuff, and like
I've seen some
that's
pretty asinine shit out there. Also,
no, of course, but no, no, a man. Look, if you, yeah, look, if you do it the way you said, I need to hold the door for her because she doesn't know how to. Obviously, that's ridiculous. But like, the most important thing to me with toxic masculinity and patriarchy, at least in a conversation between two men, is to emphasize that it does affect men a lot. It's not just, oh, we need to worry about women. And I'm being totally serious. And that's why I mentioned my work as a therapist.
can you say
Like
that
it
again?
is,
Just say it
yeah,
again.
yeah, it's legitimately like it affects men. Like toxic masculinity really does. It really does. It's probably a cause of a lot of suicide, to be honest. Like a lot of people don't feel like they can talk about their feelings with people. They feel like they just got to suck it up or something. Or I'm not fulfilling my role as a man that I was told I'm supposed to fulfill, blah, blah, blah.
I agree with this.
So, yeah, so it's not just about, hey, we need to be nicer to women. It's like, this is not right.
It's just bad for
Something's not,
society in general. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, so.
I'm not sure that there needs to be a perpetrator victim type mentality, and I think that
Sure.
that probably creates a bit of a immunological response in a lot of people. They hear it and they go like what do you?
Sure.
So I'm like, you're calling me a bad guy? Like I haven't done
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
and I think it
yeah.
doesn't curry any favor with people that otherwise would agree with. I think you're making a really reasonable viewpoint, and
Thanks.
if this were what I saw as being portrayed more broadly, I think that
Okay.
would be like widely supported, but that's
Yeah,
not how I see it represented.
fair enough. I'm definitely not sharing like unique views. Yeah, these are definitely like standard left wing views as far as I'm aware.
Might just be bad
But yeah,
branding.
yeah. I mean, it's not okay. Bad branding or other people misrepresenting is kind of a fine line
Could
because
be.
there is that.
Yeah,
Yeah, there is that.
yeah, could be.
But
Could
there's
just
a
be the people I'm listening to are cherry picking only the bad apples, giving the most fringe examples of it and amplifying them, giving them a larger platform. I constantly think about that when I get my news. It's like,
yeah.
of all of the examples, this one was chosen because it was the single most inflammatory. It was the
Right.
single most likely to make me like to win favor with me, so to speak.
Yeah.
I constantly think about that.
It reminds me of what I talk about in that video I made about the Daily
Yeah, I know.
Wire, where yeah, like what impact is it having? It's a really smart way to critically think because it's like they're obviously trying to have some impact on me, and I want to
Hmm.
understand what impact it is. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't. I guess I wouldn't call it branding because I don't feel like there's like an organization like coming up with like how do we brand this.
BLM would be
There
a
is
good
some.
example of that.
You think they're coming up with how to talk about toxic masculinity and stuff?
No, 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 no. A separate topic. A separate topic.
What
Like
do you
when you
mean?
choose a slogan,
Yeah,
the Proud Boys, that's branding.
yeah, it's
BLM, that's
really bad.
branding. No matter
Yeah.
what you call yourself, when you do it,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
what's in a name is this concept.
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah. I think Black Lives Matter is a pretty good name. I mean, like, no one said all lives matter before Black Lives Matter, right? Like,
no, they didn't. Not
right.
that I saw.
Yeah, that's why all lives matter is not like a neutral thing. It's not like, but I'm saying the wholesome thing. It's like, no, you're saying the reaction thing.
Okay.
It's literally,
I'm
yeah,
I'm
I don't know.
gonna I'm gonna dismantle both of these real quick.
Do it.
I think that all lives matter is really stupid. Okay? All lives
Yeah,
matter is stupid because it's clearly misrepresenting the movement of Black Lives Matter.
yeah.
Also, Black Lives Matter is a stupid name
Why?
because I'm let me finish my point because I don't like either of them. Black
I'm
Lives
gonna
Matter is
let
a
you
stupid
finish.
name because not only is it true in law, but it isn't a disagreeable sentiment. the number of people that believe that Black Lives Matter is so vanishingly small. It's only limited to people who have an extreme intolerance for minorities.
I just want to say, I think you misspoke. You mean the number of people who don't believe Black Lives Matter, or maybe I misspoke.
What did I say?
Yeah, yeah, whatever. You're saying the number of people who don't believe.
There's some
Black
white supremacists out there that really don't believe that Black Lives Matter. Most people believe that Black lives do matter.
I get you. Yeah.
So the phrase is implying, hey, people don't think Black Lives Matter, but you know what? They do. That's what the phrase is saying. And it isn't a really... If I say I disagree with the movement Black Lives Matter, oh, I guess I'm a bigot now. When in fact, maybe I just don't agree with some of the things that organization is saying, but maybe I do think that Black lives do matter.
I guess I disagree because I think the 2 points you made are reasons why it is a good slogan. Like, I think the fact that it's legally true and the fact that it's widely accepted actually makes it a good slogan, because it makes it really hard to disagree with, but it does leave open the question you're posing of like, well, why do we need to say it then if it's so widely accepted? Or like, that's not what you said, but like this question of like, what's the point? Like, most people already think it's implying that people don't, and so on some massive scale. But the thing I would say to consider is like, in these situations where a police officer, because it's obviously specifically about police brutality, where a police officer shows up to a scene and a Black person ends up dying by the police officer's hand, you have to ask yourself, would that have happened if they're white? And it obviously does happen sometimes, but I think there are a lot of situations where a lot of people think it wouldn't have happened. Because what people think, I'm sure you'd agree, there are a lot of individually racist people, right? And what people think is there are a lot of those people. And there are a lot of people who are just a little bit towards that way. And it's implicit, and they don't have all these views about this or that, but it's implicit. And so basically people view it as like, there's a implicit, subtle, if you're white, current in our culture to devalue Black people's lives.
Okay. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, I would say, just like, I've made the argument from like I guess an empirical standpoint. I'm not like referencing evidence, but I'm saying like, I think if you look at these specific cases, you could see some of them where you would probably agree probably wouldn't have happened if they're white. But my point also has a logical aspect where it's like, when people have been treated like property for a very long time, how could we possibly magically imagine that they're being viewed as equal human life currently? Is sort of, yeah. Like, the laws changing doesn't change people's perceptions and stuff. But yeah, sorry, that was a lot.
I think it's that earlier point that it makes it very difficult to criticize an organization that has a name that's so morally defensible that if I disagree with...
That's what they want, though.
And okay, so it's a good name in that it is a strategically advantageous name.
Sure.
It is a bad name in that it makes it too immune to legitimate criticism that it deserves. Because if you're critiquing it, you're at risk of critiquing the broader BLM movement.
So what do you critique about it? Like, why should they be more open to critique? Like, what do you, like, the Marxist people always say they're Marxist? Is that what you critique about it, or something else?
I have a lot of things to critique about BLM. I would need to reference the internet for some of them.
Okay. Yeah.
The fact that it was founded by self-proclaimed Marxists doesn't, I'm not saving any love for them. That's for sure.
Okay. Marxists are not like Stalinists, right? Just to be clear.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know there's...
Okay.
I also know that Marxists don't think that they could ever become USSR either.
Well, I would put it differently. Some Marxists very much want to become the USSR. I've watched many YouTube videos that show, hey, here's why the USSR was actually good, blah blah blah. And other Marxists say, well, they pulled millions of people out of poverty. They did do a lot of good things. I mean, they had the quickest rate of growth of any country, like at the time they were exist. I mean, GDP wise, and I mean, I'm not trying to say I want to be the USSR, but people do have some relatively good points when they're trying to say the USSR.
Do they mention the gulags in those videos?
I mean, when you look at the U.S. prison industrial complex, it's hard to say, but the gulags, like we have a huge amount of people in prison that lose their lives in prison, like with COVID even.
Dude,
People
prison is not as bad as the gulags.
Just like the quality of life of
yeah,
the people
the
in
quality
there,
of life in prison is
Okay.
not as bad as the gulags, and I
Yeah,
would
but
be happy to defend that.
No, I get that. I'm not arguing that, but like, anyways, that's not my point. And I'm not defending the USSR, and that's not my desired world to live in. But yeah, but I'm just saying, yeah, okay, there are different Marxists, but yeah, okay, you would want to
Any
criticize
system
other.
has a lure to it. I'm not denying that.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying the Marxists who started BLM, I feel safe just saying this. I don't think they're Stalinist Marxists. It's not the most popular.
It brings me no comfort.
Yeah. So what else do you criticize? Because maybe I missed other stuff. Like, do you criticize like what do you criticize stuff they do, or just like
generally Marxists, the ideology that Marxists operate under? If I understand Karl Marx well enough, because I'll take a shortcut here without purveying all of his different ideas, but
yeah,
our current system is so far from that the only way to achieve putting the means of production in the hands of the proletariat would be by dismantling our current system and replacing it with a different one. In order for us to accomplish that, we would need to put sweeping amounts of power in the hands of the federal government, the only body capable of making such vast changes and redistributing the resources that are currently privately owned to being owned by the people.
Yeah. Just to make a point, like, I'm not going to try to convince you to be a Marxist, but like, that is one specific brand of Marxism, and that is the Stalinist brand. Many Marxists absolutely hate the government. Marx wrote about the government withering away. He absolutely was not a fan of the state.
Okay, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick and fill up my water. Can you tell me what other brand of Marxism I'm missing?
Yeah.
I'm not being cheeky. Yeah. I mean, I'm curious because
no, absolutely, yeah.
I've read as much as I think I can.
No,
without,
I totally get that. Yeah, totally. Okay, quick. I have to read the Communist Manifesto really fast. Just kidding. Just kidding. Time is at 8:30. How long have we been talking? Not that long? Yeah, 2 viewers. One is me, so we have 1 viewer. Should get more beer. Sorry. I'm like a kid in the candy store when I get a chance to go to the bathroom. I'm like, I gotta go to the bathroom. Okay. Um,
I'm oh, okay. Not once you're in
yeah.
the bathroom. It's not like you're, looking for
No,
souvenirs to take back with
no,
you.
no. I just maybe it's the wrong analogy. I'm like a kid in the bathroom going to the bathroom. Okay.
All right, hit me with the
Yeah.
non-Stalinist
So
Marxism.
yeah, no. So just to give you my background. So look, I have it right here. I've been reading some Karl Marx and stuff.
I
Like
can't
I
see what your
this is
well, I can't see what the
Capital.
book is. Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, it's Capital. So that's his big one. But so over the last year, I've gotten into reading Marxism because I was watching like YouTube videos that talked about it, and I was like, oh, I want to see what it's all about. Just to sort of give you my rundown really quick, like Marxism is a sort of loaded term. Marx didn't call himself a Marxist. He specifically said, I'm not a Marxist. And so like it's not, but if we talk about socialism and communism, which is actually one and the same, even though it's used very differently, Marx did make a distinction for all intents and purposes. It's not really useful to talk about a distinction. You can just talk about how much the state organizes the economy without necessarily separating. Anyways, so if we're just talking about socialism slash communism, like, yeah, those people who want the state to do all that uh, would be called Stalinists. There's probably other better terms, but like there are a lot of people who are anarchist communists or actually libertarian communists. So left-wing libertarianism outside of the U.S. You may already know this. I don't know if you're a libertarian. I've called you that several times, but libertarianism actually means something different outside of the U.S. Did you know that? Because I didn't know that until recently.
You mean it's
Did you
like
know that?
different than the Ayn Rand version of
Yeah,
libertarianism?
yeah. It like means like left-wing libertarianism. It's weird.
Are you sure
Like
you don't mean liberalism?
no, no. Liberalism has its whole own thing, which we should talk about sometime because I'm sure that would be an interesting discussion. But libertarianism, I think, as far as I understand, outside of the US often means left wing libertarians. But, anyways, so those people would also, maybe there are differences I'm missing, but would also be called like anarchist communists. So basically, anarchist communists, yeah, they don't want the government. They think that we don't need the government to redistribute things, to basically take control of industries, to nationalize industries, and so on. I would say there's more often like maybe a little bit of a violent push in those people, but the violence shouldn't necessarily be like in terms of achieving the end of so on, because how else do you do it sort of than have the state do it all? But basically what socialists believe is like when enough people are aware of the principles of how capitalism works and how it affects people, then people will rise up as they have unsuccessfully ultimately in a lot of these countries, but like ultimately it'll just get more and more powerful. So anyways, a lot of people don't want the state at all having any role to do with people's lives at all, and it's just a fact of like. So I'm sorry, this is really long-winded. I should have just put it more clearly. But the best clear response to what you're asking is like workplace democracy is a really other distinct brand where it's like instead of having the state have control over things, my socialism, and I am sort of speaking for myself, but a lot of other people, is like I just want people to have control over their workplaces instead of, I work for an organization right now. They take half my paycheck, and let's say half of that is for overhead, but the other half is for profit. If I was a shareholder in the organization with the other therapists and with the other administrative people and so on, we'd probably decide to distribute the profits differently. So a different form of communism or socialism or Marxism would be instead of saying the state should have control over things, we want to just revolutionize the workplace and all the workplaces. But not yeah. So that's my sort of understanding. It is important to understand, that sort of Stalinist brand is actually looked down upon by a lot of left wing people. Like I mean, probably the majority of left wing people actually, because the people I watch on YouTube, I was saying like defend the USSR and stuff, are not necessarily the most popular ones, but they do have a following, especially outside of the U.S. And I think that has to do with maybe some ways our views are shaped from living in the U.S. But I'm not a Stalinist, and I don't support Stalin. And yeah, I don't support the USSR. I don't want the state to have control over everything. I want people to be aware of how they're being exploited and basically figure out for themselves what they want to do about it. So that's my answer. Bam.
I'm still not totally sure that I see the distinction. between the two. Perhaps you could illuminate that a little bit more. I did have a question though before you do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would it be different if you and your other peers seized control
Yeah.
of the profit?
Yeah.
What makes you think you would distribute it any differently than they're currently doing it?
Oh, because there's one guy who owns the place and he gets all this money and he like doesn't do that much. And it's like it's that way at a lot of workplaces. Like
But you
it,
you're sure that you guys would be different?
yeah, like we would like essentially and if you look at larger companies too, it's like instead of like shareholders, you would just have like all the shareholders are people working at the company. And then there's a lot of complexity. There was actually a really good debate online yesterday or 2 days ago, and I cut it up and edited it, and now it's my most popular YouTube video, which is kind of funny, but in like one day. But anyways, it was with this professor Richard Wolff, he's from like Ivy League schools, but he's a Marxist, so he's like the most popular sort of Marxist professor. He explains it so much better than I do. He explains how you could even have private industry coexisting with socialism. It's more just about shifting priorities to socialism. I think some socialists talk about the government incentivizing these sort of worker co-ops like I'm talking about. I don't know exactly how that would work. I think there are some barriers that could be removed, some incentives that could be added, but what makes me know we would do it differently? Because we get a little bit screwed now, and we would be like, I don't want to get screwed this much. Maybe I can make, 70% of the money instead of 50, and it just means that we don't need that one guy owning the place. You know what I mean? Like we all own it together. But
So this like co-op type mentality.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think there's
that's the
credence to
clearest
it.
way to say. That's the clearest way.
There's
To say.
credence
Yeah.
to that idea. I'm not really rebuking that.
Sure.
It doesn't work at scale. That's my biggest critique of that. It
Yeah.
really doesn't work at scale well.
So there's a huge co-op in Spain called Mondragon that this guy always references. Have you? I don't
I
know.
have. I knew that
Oh, you
Spain I knew that Spain is huge with co-ops.
Oh, cool.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
much it.
This one, I don't know if it's like the fifth largest in Spain or in the European Union, but it's a huge company. It's got a holding corporation and then all the sort of I guess co-ops beneath it. But yeah, I'm not the best person to make these arguments. I think people say that basically there are a lot of disincentives to like it's hard to just look at our situation and say, well, they don't work because like a lot of lenders don't lend to co-ops. I guess for certain reasons because
I'm not making an
I don't.
argument that they have difficulty procuring financing. That's not
What
what
are
I'm
what are you
trying to
saying?
say.
No, no, I was just saying that's one factor why it doesn't work. But yeah,
As
what
you
do you
get
like?
less personalized, as you don't know the people around you as well, you very quickly become your boss.
Yeah,
And he's not a bad guy. I mean, maybe he is. Maybe he's a dick.
no,
I
no,
don't
no, no.
know.
I don't think it's not a moral thing about yeah.
So,
Um,
like a commune, for example, I think can work quite well.
yeah.
But as you get large, it doesn't work anymore.
What's to stop a co-op from I don't know, like I don't know. This is all so abstract, but yeah, I just like the idea of like the people who are like doing the work having a say in how the
Fuck yeah, it
profits are.
sounds really good. I get it.
Yeah,
I understand the appeal.
yeah,
In
but how do you think?
practice,
Why doesn't it work?
I think it falls flat on its face. I do.
But according to what evidence do you say that?
Every t- every time it's been tried.
Yeah, but like I don't I feel so inadequate to make these arguments. It's like ridiculous. Like I'm so not up to like I'm not the person to be making these arguments. I've sort of exhausted my knowledge.
That's okay.
But yeah, like I don't I guess I would say I don't think it has not worked in the way you're saying. Because there are a lot of like successful worker co-ops, including this huge one. But like I think it could be incentivized more and then it would work better. And ultimately, I think it would be worth most of the sacrifices we would have to make for that sort of system.
Do you not think that when like the Bolsheviks were usurping power in early Soviet Russia, they didn't think that they were bringing on a new wave of prosperity and equality?
They kind of did bring on prosperity. I mean, I'm not, again, I'm not a proponent of the USSR, but it is a fact that they actually brought millions of
Yeah,
people out
in
of
the
poverty.
maybe in the very very short term.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Again, it just needs to be acknowledged that like the positives as well, because they actually did, just like China did,
China, I
as
was just
Mao
gonna
killed
say,
many.
yeah,
Yeah, China Mao killed many people unnecessarily, but they also brought many people out of
yeah,
poverty.
not
I
worth
don't
it to
want to be
me.
like those guys. Yeah, but no, they did. I mean, yeah. Again, I don't know enough of the
They
history, but yeah, of
assassinated a
course.
lot of their political opponents too in the
Yeah,
pursuit of
and
that.
like Lenin and not Lenin, what's his name, Trotsky and stuff. Yeah, yeah. I haven't even like read a book about the Russian Revolution,
I
but I know enough to.
oh
Yeah.
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I don't know. I know enough to say, yeah, they probably didn't know like what they were leading to, and Stalin took it in a totally different direction. That's not what they
As
wanted as
as I
far as.
think that will always happen. If it the argument goes something like, if you create the structure for any sort of Marxist system to work, you need a big enough federal executive branch that as soon as you have someone step in that's not aligned with your incentives, you're fucked.
Yeah, but people would argue that it you don't need a federal government in that way to make like to make this happen.
Think
Like
you
if it,
do. You don't need it to continue happening, but in order to get from here to there, I think you do.
I don't necessarily disagree. I don't really know what my views are. I know that I don't trust the government, so I
Me
don't. I
neither.
agree with you. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like I don't. I wouldn't say like, well, if we just elect the right person. I mean, I do think for just a sort of different subject, but I think if we elected Bernie Sanders, for instance, I I don't imagine he would have been corrupted by the power, frankly. And I think there are probably some other people like that. Would he have done bad things? Yes, he would have probably done things that I don't. He probably would have become a war criminal like every other president. But like, but yeah, it's not about like finding the right person for the position. It's about like going about the process right. And I mean, man, there's so much about the USSR I don't know. But yeah, I don't necessarily buy that argument because I don't feel like there's evidence for it. Like there have been some examples in history and so on, but does that tell us what could be? Not so much. Man, we should drink beer every time, or I should drink beer every time. It
I'm
makes
drinking
me
water. um,
okay. Yeah, it makes me more like lighten up a lot. Yeah.
less confrontational, like
Yeah. Well,
we're
I guess
less
talking about
contentious.
Marxism is also fun and exciting. But yeah, yeah. I don't know. I found it really interesting learning about Marxism because, like, the first thing I'm going into too much depth. I'm sorry if it's boring, but like, you know, whatever. So like, one time I had a friend like 6 7 years ago, and I was very apolitical. I don't know about you growing up. I was very apolitical. I hated politics. I liked Ron Paul when I was in high school because he was like, different and like super non-interventionist abroad and stuff. I eventually came to see him as pretty hypocritical in certain ways because I like even though abortion is just one issue, I can't understand how libertarians like want to prevent abortion. I don't understand how they could ever think even a local state government should have that authority. But anyways,
I
that's
can tell.
one.
We could talk about abortion.
Well, we can go back to it. I just want to say what really tipped me off with Marxism was a friend one time saying like, well, you're obviously creating more revenue for your employer like than you're getting paid. That's why they hire you. And it's just like, yeah, that's super obvious. And yet it's still like interesting and something that I'm like,
Yeah,
huh, yeah, what?
I
Yeah,
think
I
I can
guess,
make a good argument for why that's fair.
yeah, oh, please. Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah,
They're
people
taking
definitely, yeah.
risk by doing it, and the structure for you to have a job wouldn't exist unless they had deployed some sort of capital and therefore risk along with it.
I get that. It raises the
That's
question
the
of like,
idea.
well, how much profit is worth how much risk, though? You
Yes.
know?
Yes, I
Yeah,
agree. That's we do
yeah,
have usury laws for that very reason.
yeah. Oh, do we? Like, yeah, payday lenders and stuff like that,
Payday
or
lenders are legal, and I think that they can justify doing
yeah.
so. But yeah, usury laws exist for a reason. There's only so much you can get away with.
I guess I didn't know off the top of my head that usury laws exist, but that makes sense. You're saying like, yeah, but that's just profit from loaning specifically, not like wages and so on. But
Yeah, I mean, it's I guess I don't know if it. Yeah, I guess it does just exist to lending.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, but for wages, if you're entering in a consensual transaction that no one compelled you into, who's
Which
to
I
say
take
it's not
total issue
fair?
with.
I mean, I know we talked about this earlier with the Walmart example,
Yeah.
and I don't think that it's a bad argument you're making. It's like if people really don't have any other choices, it's like, are they really entering into it
Yeah.
consensually, or are they trapped and like this is the best they got and they're just gonna take it and sit on it?
That's my argument.
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't immediately hear it and like reject it and say that's bullshit. Like
Yeah.
they could just move. They could just start their own Walmart. Like they're all
That's
of
what my
the.
dad said.
They could start their own
My dad
Walmart.
will be like, they can start their own business. It's like not everyone can just start their own business all the
Yeah,
time.
this is where someone would say antitrust would probably come into play, and that
That's what I come up with or come up against with like more libertarian people. Like how do
I'm
libertarians
more
view
libertarian than anyone you've ever talked to.
how do you view monopolies then? Do you dislike them or
I tread very carefully with calling something a
yeah.
monopoly
Okay.
because I don't want to overuse that power. You very quickly start going, and you're a monopoly, and you're a monopoly, and
Yeah.
you're a monopoly. Fuck
You get
you
a
all.
monopoly. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's no good. But any person who has taken the first semester of economics can tell you that when you have a true monopoly, you have a market capture and it results in a deadweight loss at the expense of the consumer, at the benefit of the seller. And
Sure.
there's no way out of it because anyone trying to enter into the market can undercut prices because they already have prices and or they already have profit and capital that they can weather the storm with, so they can
Right.
cut prices, bleed you dry, and then go right back
Right.
to
Which
raising
Amazon does,
prices. Fuck
right?
yeah,
Yeah.
Amazon does it.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely they
Yeah,
do.
yeah. Yeah.
And gas companies would absolutely do it too if they didn't have laws preventing them from doing
Right.
so.
Right, of course, yeah.
So anyone who has studied basic economics understands this. And as you
Hmm.
probably maybe in some of your circles hear like supply side economics talked about and criticized,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
students of supply side economics should and do know this quite well. And
Yeah.
don't deny this unless they're purveying some sort of ideology that they're trying to
Yeah.
get through. And as someone who's pretty pro free market and as libertarian as they come, I think there
Yeah.
absolutely needs to be, if we're going to have a government at all,
Yeah.
this seems like a pretty good way to use it. Now,
That's interesting. Yeah.
that being said, some of this stuff only has happened because of the government intervening.
I get that.
The government has subsidized big business in a really ugly way.
Yeah.
They roll out the red carpet and offer them enormous subsidies for this bring us jobs mentality. And it's pretty gross. I don't like it at all. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you just have to blame the companies too.
Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
That
No,
being
no, I'm just
said,
making sure.
companies are gonna company. I don't know of any good way to stop them from having that incentive. I only see the way that we can respond to that as the agency that the people has in that arrangement. We can't stop a company from trying to pursue profit. We can stop our government from offering them exorbitant subsidies in order to so graciously bring jobs to our area.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I mean, I do think we could probably stop companies from getting profit, but yeah, I don't know how that would work. I don't
Seize the
really
means
want-
of production.
Yeah, I don't really want the government to like tomorrow say companies can make no profit. I would probably be thrilled if they did, but I don't think that's probably the best way to do it. Like, I think really the best thing is like, I would love just people's awareness being raised and them organizing at their own companies. I'm not even allowed to tell my coworker how much I'm making.
Yes, you
Like
are.
I know that's what you think, but like, and I'm very familiar with, I think, the arguments that you know as well. But like in my state, which I won't say what it is, but like in a lot of states, it's at will. Is at will employment the right?
Yes,
They
it
can
is.
fire
Yes,
you.
it is.
They can fire you for no reason.
But they,
So
yes.
firing you for talking about your wage to someone else, I think just falls into the no reason category.
No.
And they get away with it.
They can't fire you for talking about your wage with someone else. They can fire you for no reason.
But that's what I'm saying. They
Yeah.
just fire you for no reason. Yeah. But anyways, like, yeah, I don't know. But yeah.
But come on, dude. You could talk to your wage, to your coworker about it. Just be discreet about it.
Yeah, that's not the point. I just mean like, yeah, I just mean it's, I don't know. Isn't it fucked up that companies even think they can tell people not to do that? Like, that's fucking weird.
They
I don't
can't
know.
tell people not to do that. They can heavily insinuate it, though.
It's in my contract that I can't talk about my wage with other
Interesting.
people. Yeah.
So,
in my contract.
I mean, it's that aspect of your contract is not a legally binding statement.
I agree. I think that's probably
No, it is.
true.
I know enough about contract law from college that I'm sure that's
I-
not a legally binding contract. That
I think
aspect of
that's
it.
true. I think that's true, but I have also called the, like, I don't remember the name of the office, but a state office about this, about like workers' rights or something. And I asked them, and they were like, "But because they can fire you for no reason, like,
Yeah.
they can fire you
If they put
for
in
that
an
reason."
email like you talked
Yeah.
about your salary and so you're gone.
Yeah.
Lawsuit on
Yeah.
your hands, baby. That's a nice little payday.
This is a side note, but I give my boss such a hard time. Like, I can tell you more about this sometime, but I give him a very hard time. And like for example, he gave me a raise for getting licensed, and which was expected, but it was very, very small as far as I'm concerned. So in response to his email, I was like, "Thank you for the small increase in."
So you're
I
charging
literally-
him an emotional fee, even though you
exactly. I'm like, "Look, you want this profit? You're not my friend, and I want you to know that." Like, I stared at the email for like a minute, just being like, "Should I say small?" Yeah, I'll say small. But I don't know, man. Yeah, it's been interesting. Like, yeah, just being aware of like profit and where it comes from, because the whole project of Marx, as far as I understand, is to explain where profit comes from. He wasn't like super against Adam Smith and the economists that came before him, whatever his name is, something Ricardo, but like they didn't answer where profit comes from, and so his project was basically saying, well, explaining in 500 pages, 1,000 pages, well, it can't come from the machinery because of X, Y, and Z. He comes out with all these arguments. So it comes from the labor and so on. So it's just been interesting learning about that and seeing sort of, yeah, it's very abstract and hard to understand, but very practical and real at the same time. So I like thinking about that. It's very personal to a lot of people's lives and how much you get paid.
Yeah, people care about it. For sure they do. And people want more money than they have today. That's a pretty common theme.
Yeah. I saw a tweet that was like from another therapist, and she was like, as a therapist, people really need therapy, but they need money even more. And I was like, couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more.
So do you ever like start a session and you're like, well, this has been great, but you don't need me anymore. Keep your cash. Can you imagine? Talk yourself out of a job real quick.
Yeah. No, it's like, it's, I mean, there's so many, it's so ridiculous to expect that therapy could be helpful for someone when they like more helpful for someone to make up for like not having enough of
Maslow's hierarchy of needs thing, dude. This is like, isn't therapy, doesn't that fall into like self-actualization, and that's beyond like what you need first?
Well, I think it's a fair, absolutely. And I think it's a fair question of like, how do we as a society help more people get up the pyramid? Like, you could say it's not the government's role, and I would maybe agree, but it's like, well, why have a government if it's not their role? Like, whose role is it? Who's going to help people? Yeah, do that.
For what it's worth, I'm very interested in getting as many people up well beyond the middle class, and I think it's possible. I think it's
Yeah,
completely possible where our society produces so much excess and has so many people personally invested in the success through capital that we live in a much more prosperous society now where we'll still have to deal with people looking in their neighbor's bowl and going, why does that guy have more than me? But
sure.
we won't be dealing with people looking in their own and going, I don't have enough.
That's a really cool way to put it, and I definitely agree. Like, I think that's a really common misconception that people, or I think there is a really common misconception that people have on the left and the right, maybe equally, that there's like not enough. That like there's not enough. We need to. I don't know. There just isn't enough to go around. We need to stop having kids, or we need to, this or that, or something like that. It's like, yeah, or we need to take these people off welfare or something like that. It's like there is a lot to go around. It's just a matter of how we sort of organize our society and so on. But
Hmm.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I guess I do understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with all of it.
That's okay.
Um, I think, do I have that number right or do I have a zero off? I
Have
do
we been
have it.
talking for 3.5 hours?
Yeah, we sure have. Um, so
I don't think anyone's watching anymore.
I have one viewer. Someone's here.
I think that's me.
Oh, it could be. It totally is you.
But we'll put it on YouTube. Yeah, your mic sounds so good, by the way.
So much better. I can even
Yeah, it
do
sounds
my
really
radio
good.
voice and tell you all
Yeah.
about my podcast.
It's amazing. It really came out
Thank
good. What
you.
does it look like? What kind of mic is it?
It's a Blue Yeti. I got a Blue Yeti.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Wow, good. That's good to know.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
It's I think it gets you like 80 or 90% of the way there.
Yeah. Yeah.
To
You
like
don't need to invest in the whole. Yeah.
Nah.
Yeah.
No, for
It's a lot.
my one viewer and I don't even like him that much. I was curious. So I did the math. Well, Google did the math for me, so thank you, Google. But I was curious what our GDP divided by how many people are in the country was.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity. I want to take a guess.
Yeah.
Or no?
What is it?
It's 50,
Yeah. Let me say. I really don't know shit about this. I really don't.
That's okay.
But let me say 20,000. I don't
Yeah, it's
know.
57,000. So
Okay.
you're really close. I mean, that's order of magnitude. You're less than a factor of 3 away.
No, I should have guessed that. I was trying to guess if it would be higher or lower than the average wage, but higher makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So split evenly among all people, it'd be $57,000. Now,
Wow.
GDP it doesn't quite work like that because that's the gross domestic product of all exports and services and whatnot. And that it isn't, that's not net, that's gross. So that's like before you pay for all of the stuff to make it,
Wow.
right? So there's a lot of cost baked in there. But
Yeah.
I personally don't think we're at enough. I think it would be foolish to try to redistribute our society as it is right now. I think it would cripple our society. But I think it's reasonable to think that there's a point in the future where production is performed entirely by capital and not by labor, where we would want to redistribute it.
Production is performed entirely by capital and not by labor. Can you explain what you mean? I'm honestly super intrigued.
Mr. Roboto. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know.
Robots mostly. Automation. So like at the point where we don't need workers anymore to produce, what you're going to have is anyone who has capital at the beginning of that cycle is going to, if you think there's the capitalists have all of the means of production now, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Oh, well, what comes to mind for me is like, I agree, I think, but what happens in between now and then, because that's a super turbulent time where like millions of people are suffering.
Well, it can't get quite like that because you will have, unless those people also have like the robot dogs from Black Mirror or Fahrenheit 451, the people will rise up. And what you see as a society, any given society, has more wealth inequality, you see instability rise, just generally.
Hmm.
Because at some point, people go, what the fuck is this? And they use
Yeah.
violence, and numbers are
Yeah.
strong. I personally
Yeah.
think the race war we're headed for is a direct result of economic instability due to an oligarchical ruling class.
You think we're headed for a race
Oh yeah,
war?
I do. I
That's
think
like
so.
quite a thing to drop as just like an
Well, we're
accepted
almost at
thing.
4 hours. I may as well throw it in there now. Yeah, I do.
What do you mean?
I think that the economic instability due to extreme wealth inequality is being like that instability is being Trojan horsed into a kind of faux racial war that is being fueled by the oligarchical class to say like fight one another rather than looking at us.
Okay, I agree that like people in power would prefer us to be fighting amongst ourselves, probably even prefer a race war, whatever that is exactly. But like, and I agree that like economic, instability creates, social instability, political instability. But like, what even is a race war? And what are you talking about? Like,
Okay,
literally,
how
what are
about
you
civil
talking
war?
about?
Civil war. Is that better?
Do you actually think a civil war is like
I
going
do.
to occur? Like,
I do. Yeah, I do.
in terms of what?
Maybe I
Like,
should have led with that. Imagine I'll name the podcast that and people hear us start talking about like hate speech and they're like, what the fuck? Like, where is this going?
I saw on the YouTube ones you put like in the description what we talked about. I thought that was really good.
Oh, did I?
Or I think you put like Jordan Peterson, transgender stuff.
Oh,
or you
yeah.
put certain-
Okay.
But yeah, yeah. I don't.
I know it's
so
a
what-
bold sounding claim, but I'm not just trying to be hyperbolic. I do genuinely believe that that's a legitimate prediction of where our current society goes on its current path. Yeah.
How do you think we can avoid that?
That's a good question. I don't know because there aren't any stabilizing forces in the system as far as I can tell.
Really? So people fighting for less economic instability and inequality are not trying to stabilize things?
Um
Because you said that was
I
part of the
think that's a
cause.
good point. I think they are. But in order to do that, I think they need to create more temporary instability in order to achieve those end goals.
And that would be bad.
And that would be bad. Generally, yeah. Generally, when you focus the monopoly of violence that we give to the government, whenever you give that to one faction, bad things tend to follow suit.
Do you think you're not even just talking about, Proud Boys versus BLM? You're talking about the government actually participating in a civil war.
I think so. Yeah, I do. I
Where
actually
are you
do think
getting
so.
this?
This is
Where do
I
you
think
hear
about.
this?
No, I'm not hearing this from anyone. This isn't like me
Oh, I'm
going to
sure.
like Alex Jones or Al Sharpton and being like, "Yo, this is what's gonna happen." Like, this is just something that I think about. It's my prediction. Hey, if someone
Yeah.
had said that like a coin that you can't see and like no one really understands is gonna be worth $1 trillion today, and they had said that to you like 10 years ago, you would have been like, "Okay, can I have some mescaline now too?"
Sure.
Just
But,
because it's a
like,
radical prediction doesn't mean that it isn't based in some sort
no,
of
it
fact.
doesn't mean that it's not true. And I definitely think there's a lot of tension, but like you say it with such certainty that I'm just like, who is also saying this? Because I
No.
know some people view this as the case, but like the reason I ask what could be done to prevent it is to sort of get at like who you think is responsible
Okay.
for it.
I think
Yeah.
what could be done to prevent it would be to have our ruling class exposed for what they are. That would be
Sounds
a good, like, the right and left both hate them, but they call them different things. Like the
Yeah.
right will call them like the reptilian overlords or the Jews, and the
Sure.
left will call them like the rich
Capitalists.
white men capitalists.
Yeah.
And in my view, they're the same people. They're the same people that are the corporate lobbyists that have conducted
Yeah.
crony capitalism. They're the same people that tell you how much soda you can and can't drink. They're the same people that don't live the same lives that most of us live. They are an elitist ruling class.
Sure. just to be clear, I still totally reject the phrase crony capitalism. I think it's entirely manufactured to try to pin the negatives of capitalism on something besides itself. But I agree with a lot of what you said. I wonder, like how exactly does that happen? Like, you're basically just talking about a people's movement realizing sort of, yeah, how the powers that be
It has to
control
be
them and
non-violent, though. It has to be non-violent. If it's
against the
violent,
state.
we'll corrupt ourselves in doing so.
I don't know, man. I'm not a fan of violence, but like at a certain point, it's like, what else are people supposed to
Dude, the
do?
founders put that in the Constitution very clearly
What?
that it is if the government becomes tyrannical of these ends, like starts infringing on the rights of the people, it is the right of the people to revolutionize and replace their government.
I mean, it would be hypocritical to say anything else, right? I
They
mean,
did it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's how America came to
yeah,
be.
yeah.
I personally think the founding fathers would have already called for abolishment of the federal government and reinstituting a new one. If you look
Yeah,
at the
but
size and scope of the federal government, especially post Commerce Clause, they would have
sure,
lost
sure.
their minds.
But you call for that, and the government says, "Cool, no." And then what do you do?
Violence, yeah, violence. You have to use violence at some point.
Yeah.
That's really the only thing that people listen to at the end of the
Like, I'm
day.
not a fan of violence. I just know that like
It's all people
the
are good at,
burning
though.
shit. What?
At the end of the day, it's like something that human beings are really fucking good at.
It's both like the only way people can express certain
Yeah.
things and the only way people can hear certain
Let
things.
me
And it's
rephrase
like,
that. It's the lowest
yeah,
form of communication. It's like the lowest common denominator that all
yeah,
beings seem to understand implicitly.
yeah, yeah. And like, you look, I mean, I don't think there was radical change in Minneapolis or anything, but they certainly, when they started burning things, people certainly started paying attention. And when they stopped burning things, I think people stopped paying attention.
But
So
then you,
like,
yeah, sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
I don't know. No, I don't know. It's just like, yeah, I'm not saying anything is justified as long as it gets attention and so on.
I'm not either.
And at the same time, you have to ask, like, yeah, what degree of violence
I
is
think you have
justified?
to at least try the MLK Jr. version of peaceful protesting and exhaust it before you can make the argument that we have no options left.
I think I agree. And I'm a huge fan of peaceful protest, and I think it should be done every day. I think it's a fantastic thing. At the same time, like, look at what happened to MLK. He was literally killed. And
Yeah,
we could argue about
he's a
whether,
martyr. He's a martyr for a cause.
yeah, sure. But like at the same time, he was like, it seems to show what happens to you when you are a proponent of nonviolent protests. I mean, I don't want to draw some like universal from it or something, but like, yeah, I mean, he was literally murdered while
Mm-hmm.
he was like trying his best to be like the slightly nonviolent guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, or the nonviolent guy.
I get it, but in order to be the good guys, you have to be willing to let the other side be bad guys. If you try to be proactively violent to protect yourselves, I promise you, you're going to become the bad guy.
Proactively is the word I would, yeah, exactly. I would never say be proactively violent. It's only as a reaction to state violence. And
Isn't
that's
that
why
like
when we
what
were talking,
Antifa would be an example of? Like,
dude, they're anti-fascist. They're
no, no, no. They're
responding in
called
reaction.
anti-fascists. They're called anti-fascists. That's
Do you
what
know
they
the history
call
of Antifa?
themselves. What?
Do you know they go back to Germany, like resisting Hitler?
No, no,
Like
no,
the
no.
history of
Sure, I believe that, but the current Portland brand of Antifa is not in its roots an anti-fascist organization.
I totally disagree.
I think that if you're using violence to convey your message and bully other people into agreeing with you, you are the fascists.
Bullshit. And I hear that argument all the time. Fascism and violence are not the same thing. They're not the same
Tell
thing.
me what you
It's
think fascism is. Maybe I
fascism
have a
is a
bad definition
total,
of fascism.
yeah, sure. Fascism is just a form of government with a strong usually male leader who garners all the public resentment towards a minority group to present usually a hyper capitalist vision of how the society can succeed towards a specifically racially nationalist sort of perspective of identity. There's so many better definitions. I'm really like, yeah, I feel like I'm not doing justice.
Is
But
that
does that make
Merriam-Webster? That was pretty good.
Thanks. No, I was trying to think of a video I watched that gave like an extremely good definition of it, but I wasn't able to
All right.
remember it.
How
But
about I retract it? They're not anti-fascists. They're not fascists, but that form of violent protest is not acceptable.
well, we do need to agree on what a fascist is because I literally think Antifa is anti-fascist. And like the reason they beat up on Proud Boys, and in a way maybe you would say
And
proactively,
Andy, no.
yeah, dude, that dude is fucked. Like that dude literally like he basically just targets specific individuals and says like go get them to a bunch of people who go get
I've
them.
never seen that.
Okay. Um like if you can agree with me on what a fascist or what fascism is, like we can start to understand like why Antifa, which is usually not even really what they call themselves, why they would go after the people they go after. Like the Proud Boys, who are Western chauvinists by their own definition, that's a fascist ideology because you're sort of defining an in group. Yeah,
I
you
agree.
agree. Okay. Yeah. So okay. So then why yeah, why are they not so you don't think Andy knows a fascist? He just aligns himself with fascists. He hangs out with the Proud Boys.
I don't think that
He gives them he gives them lists of Antifa people to go like track down. He like specifically
show
he's
me.
not a
I've
journalist.
never ever heard of this.
I'll send you some stuff. He's like the most hated person on the left because he literally targets people for violence. Like people who are fighting for
You're telling me he's given
arguably.
the Proud Boys hit lists of like people on the left to
Yeah.
take out?
Not even just the Proud Boys, like worse groups. Like there are worse groups, obviously, than the Proud
Yeah,
Boys.
no
Adam
shit.
Waffen. Yeah, Adam
A-
Waffen. Like there are
Was that just a neo-Nazi group, I suppose?
yeah, yeah. They're explicitly Nazi groups and stuff, and obviously the Proud Boys are not explicitly Nazi. They're good enough to get the president to mention them in the debate and shit like that. They can pass, but like, yeah, okay, I basically do think anti-fascist people are anti-fascist. I do think fascism is like a problem, and I think people do care about it. It's yeah. What were we talking about before that? I guess like the Civil War thing.
The race war,
Yeah, I
the
don't
impending race war.
yeah, like the idea that they're reacting against
Yeah.
violence is my view. They're reacting against violence, and so it doesn't make sense to call it proactive because it's state violence and it's been taking place for a very long time.
Hey, when does life begin?
When does life begin?
Yeah.
I don't know. When does life begin?
I think.
When I
Yeah. No. You're doing this again. I want your answer.
when I open my eyes. That's what I was gonna say.
Really?
Yeah, when does life begin? I have no idea.
No, I'm asking you. Like, when do you think that life begins? Does it
Are you talking
begin?
about like in a fetus?
Yeah.
Or-
Sometime between. Okay, in your view, just I want a yes or no. Does it begin at conception?
I think a zygote is technically alive.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Does it? Well, I guess you kind of answered my question already. I was looking.
Yeah.
I was just gonna keep
I
asking.
think a woman has a right to murder her fetus.
Yeah,
I think it's murder, and I think she has the right.
damn, dude. I think I actually completely agree with you on this. It's so
I mean,
tough for me, but
Yeah,
first of all, should we not be talking about this because neither you or I are a woman and we don't have grounds to be talking about this?
dude, that is so different.
We don't
Like,
have
I'm
the
literally
direct
like,
experience of what
look,
it's like
look,
to be a
look.
woman.
No, if you and I were saying like women are like they have these traits and they're more like
They do. They
you
do
know,
have traits. I've been saying it
Okay,
for
okay.
years.
I genuinely am trying to point out the difference.
Sorry,
in these
okay,
traits.
go
So
ahead.
you understand at least the way I see it, but like we're not talking about like the culture or value system of a group we aren't a part of. And I think I think it's very hard to talk about the value system or culture or stuff like that of a group you're not a part of. Um, the best arguments I've seen about abortion acknowledge that it's murder and say that a woman has the right to do it. I don't know all the ins and
Yeah,
outs of it, but that makes sense to me.
I agree.
Um,
I agree. I mean,
it's
I
a very
personally
painful
think.
process for women. Yeah.
Say again.
Oh no, I was just gonna say obviously a very
Yeah,
painful
they're
and
not doing it
difficult
because they
process.
want to, except for
Of
that one.
course,
There's that really gross comedian on Netflix that was like
sure,
super advocating for it, like joking. Maybe she was
sure,
joking
sure,
about it, but whatever.
sure, sure.
I actually think that you and I have found something that we agree completely on.
I did
I
not expect you to agree with me.
What did you think I would think?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it. I guess
You had
that
a
does make sense to
preconception.
me.
What do you think?
Because what else are you gonna say? Like, I guess you're not gonna say like the state should limit it and stuff. So
No.
yeah, I guess it makes. Yeah,
It's clearly a life at conception because it has its own DNA. So like it's
sure,
replicating, the cells are now replicating on their own, copying their own DNA. That looks like
sure,
a life to me.
sure.
Also, if I have a life that's gestating inside of my body, it's kind of your right to kill it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's great that we agree. Especially because we're men and we don't have to go into all this about women's experience. It's like good, okay, we can just say we agree. But
It's
yeah,
tough,
I think
dude, though. That's a
yeah, it's
difficult decision to be in.
yeah. I mean, I just don't like religious people thinking they can just dictate how a government works. Like,
Wait, oh, you
you
mean
know,
with
if
abortion, you mean?
Christian people have a problem with it, I get it, but you can't make the government play by your rules just because it's wrong
Okay.
in your religion.
I get both sides of this argument though. I mean, it's probably the argument that I empathize with both sides the most on. And I think
Yeah,
you can do it too because you and I both
yeah.
agreed on our stance. And if you really
What I
are
don't.
Okay, go ahead.
No, sorry, no, I'm totally
If
cutting
you're
you off.
making a good faith argument that
Yeah,
you really think there's a human being in there, that's a life.
sure.
As soon as it's a life, it's afforded all of the protections that everyone else is under our Constitution. If that's what you actually believe, then you're trying to save a life.
Yeah, I
And
don't think it's a person, though, just to be clear. I think it's a life. I do not, I think philosophically, it's very clearly not a person.
uh,
Like, to me, that's
someone
like,
in a vegetative state in a deep coma, are they a person?
yeah, because they were a person. I mean, it's like,
What if they were born with very limited brain function, born into
you're
a
a person. 100% you're a person. I just don't think a zygote or a fetus is a person. I don't know where I want to draw the line. Maybe it's that you have to be born to be a person at least. Like, but yeah, it's like a no. I would never want to say that people need a certain degree of consciousness or ability to be considered a person.
Right. It's obviously
Yeah,
dangerous territory. Do you
yeah,
understand the good faith argument? Of course, I mean, of course you do. You
yeah.
you
No, no,
called
I
it
do.
murder. Of
All I
course
was
you
saying,
understand it.
no, no. All I was, and that's why my point is like, I really just have a problem with people thinking that their good faith argument is like something that should be public policy. Like it's something that makes it's very real for a moral reaction and like rejection of abortion. And I totally support women who even have a child that they aren't ready to have because they're against abortion. I say, great, do what you want, be true to your values. Absolutely. Like, you know what I mean? Like everybody has their own, but as far as making the government do it, it's like they're not, it's hard for me to be fair to them because
I
they're
get
not
it.
being fair to
I
others.
get it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the argument is that the government is there to help you secure your right to life, and by someone
Yeah.
else
Right.
trying to rob you of that, that's now the
Yeah.
government's purview to step in and stop that from
No,
happening.
totally. No, totally. I find it like, who am I going to side with, a fetus or a living, breathing woman? It's like, or person. I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, I'm siding with the woman in every single case.
So maybe we have the same conclusion, but for slightly different reasons.
Yeah. Yeah. I know it's not a powerful argument for me to be like, I just don't give a shit about fetuses and stuff.
That one makes me sad. That whole controversy. It's clearly one that people feel strong enough to bomb facilities over, or um,
Yeah.
lob extremely hurtful accusations at one another, when in
Yeah.
reality, I believe it comes down to a differentiation about when life begins. I think.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I do think a lot of the people, like if you think about people protesting at a like a Planned Parenthood or something like that, I think it's fair to just speculate that a lot of those people have been to some degree led by media and other things that have shaped their view, which we all have. But I don't necessarily think those are all bad people or evil people. I think people really get yeah, led astray by the idea that like they need to. I mean, people literally compare it to the Holocaust and shit like that. Like, there's that type of rhetoric that you hear
Yeah,
on the far.
and what do you
Yeah.
think I think about that?
No, no, no. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm. Yeah. Don't assume I'm trying to say what you
Oh, I
think.
just did. I might
Yeah, you
again.
know,
I
but
might again.
don't. There's no reason to. It makes the conversation worse. I'm not trying to do that. But yeah, I'm really saying like I think that's obviously fucked up
I
rhetoric.
think invoking even the fringe kind of makes the conversation a little bit worse too. Like bringing
Okay.
something from the shadows of like a very far-reaching ideology and bringing it front and center as though it
Yeah,
is
that's
more
fair.
of a mainstream viewpoint.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
It's
fair.
not
It's probably
great.
more reasonable to talk about the more common views. But I just said that to say like I not just that I don't blame those people for doing that because I kind of do, but like I think it's interesting to note like how we do get these moral values from the media or from other things like that.
I want to close our podcast by
Yeah.
asking you what is something that you are very excited about for the human race?
Oh. Oh, for the
What
human
brings
race.
you
Okay.
hope? What brings you excitement? What are you looking
That's a
forward
great
to?
question. Wow, that's such a good question. Huh. Should have prepped for this one.
I'll go first if you want.
Yeah, do it. Yeah.
I think that I want to go with. I guess I can't pick two, right? It goes against the
You can pick
spirit of.
two.
It goes.
Yeah.
No, I can't. I think that probably. I think that probably merging our brain with some sort of computing device is what is most exciting to me, because it opens a world to a brand new type of human perceptual experience that is completely novel, allows our mind to do things we've never even conceived of, and for the first time truly changes the human experience, for better or for worse. But I think that brings me deep excitement. So like something like Neuralink would be a good example
Yeah,
of that.
yeah. It's interesting. I've written a book in my life, and I wrote it between like I guess a few years ago and like 5 years before that, and it was about um, this idea of like people having a sort of either like a brain chip or something like that
Yep.
that basically changes how you think and act. And so when I saw the whole Neuralink thing, I was like, God damn it, Elon Musk! Like, God damn it. Because like I don't like him, and we can go into that another time. But I guess you.
I almost did earlier. I almost did.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, we can go into it another time. But like, I don't like him, and I would never trust him to have that technology or operate it well. And you know, in a capitalist framework, it stresses me out to think of like what the fuck are they doing? But like, but that being said, I love that idea. And as much as I don't know if I would sign up for it, I think it's very interesting because it makes you really question like what are we capable of and what yeah how are we held back and how can we overcome that. But yeah, I don't want to put a whole negative spin on it because I you know it's a positive ending to the conversation. But yeah, I just thought I'd mention that because it was so funny when I saw that he came out with that because I was like, oh, I wrote a whole thing about that. Okay, I would say what gives me hope is like, I mean, I truly do think that like leftist movements care about people a lot and like more. And so like as I've over the last year actually become more affiliated and acquainted with left wing political ideology, I've sort of gotten this like, and even during the pandemic and stuff, I've gotten this sense of hope from just like watching YouTube creators and other people online and luckily knowing a few people in my personal life who just seem to like really care about like the person being evicted tomorrow because the rent moratorium policy was like poorly done or something like that. Where like it really gives me hope to see people like I'll see clips of people like arm in arm blocking lawyers from going into the court to evict someone or something like that. And it's like stuff like that I know there are two sides to every story. I know landlords are people too and stuff like that. And at the same time, it's like it's really cool to me to see people like caring about vulnerable people who may not have a voice at all in that time in that moment. So really, just what gives me hope is like just like the growing awareness that I perceive that like a better world is possible. And I guess that's kind of abstract because I'm saying other people's hope gives me hope, but it kind of does. So yeah, maybe I'll come up with a better answer for next time.
Okay. Wow. We just did 4 hours and wait for it. 20 minutes. Tank. Okay.
Oh, nice. Wow, that is so long.
Yeah, I've never talked to anyone for that period of time before, but
I've never talked to anyone, period. So this is great.
That was really good.
Yeah.
I super enjoyed that. Even the part that got contentious, and I thought
Yeah.
we weren't going to be able to like work our way out of that.
Yeah, we made it.
So I'm really glad
Hey.
that we were able
Oh.
to find a way to get through that.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Oh, what a cutie.
Sorry. It's not actually. It's
cutie.
not strangling him. It's just on his face.
Oh, what a cutie. Oh.
Yeah. That was great. I can't wait to do that again.
Yes. Let's do it. Yeah. I'll see you next time. We'll destroy each other.
With facts and logic. Yeah. All right. I'll let you know when I'm posting this and everything.
Sweet. Yeah, I guess do you think you're gonna post the other ones too? Because I'm not against it. You can do it. You can post them if you want to.
I already
know,
did,
I was like-
just under a pseudonym. No, I didn't. Just
Okay.
kidding.
No, but I mean I do think the audio is something for you to think about. If the audio is like way better on this one, it maybe makes sense to start with this one, but I'm cool with whatever you want to do.
Okay.
Sweet.
Sounds
Thanks for
good.
watching, people.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Hi. Or bye. I mean